This guy who's the mayor now here couldn't get into show business even with his mother, who is a director for Disney making movies. She couldn't even get him in. I mean, so yeah, let's make him mayor. Suddenly, years ago, somebody said that politics was show business for ugly people. And we're kind of seeing that now at this point. So these things will blow over. They'll pass. New York has been burned down. New York has been rioted, and I don't mean like the little things that we saw in the news in the last few years. I'm talking about massive riots here where buildings were torched and the whole city was crippled. You look at the history of New York, and this is a town that always bounces back, always. So we're getting racially motivated politics now, which is what is known in the dictionary as racism. Racism is when politics, political, what's the word I'm looking for? Policy is justified by races, which really don't exist. That's just an artificial thing that they do to scare the hell out of everybody. So, New York will be fine. We may have a few rough days, but it's nowhere near as bad as these professional sourpusses like to say. It's just trust your old Uncle Elliot on that. I've been through this city. I've been in this city since the 50s, and I've seen it come and I've seen it go, and I've been deeply immersed in the political scene here. And I can tell you that a lot of the people here, and especially in the area I live in, only went into politics because they did indeed fail in show business. This is something they have in common with the mayor here. When they fail, they just keep failing. The funny thing about failing in show business is that that's called the learning process. If it doesn't work, don't do it. Now, I've spent years developing a comedy act, which got laughs. But I could write that down and give it to somebody else and it wouldn't get laughs because it's what works for you in the entertainment business. So anybody who tries to be somebody else gets eaten up alive. But there's always room for more. As long as somebody look, the reason I was shall we say popular in my field of endeavor, which for quite a long period was screenwriting, is because people could make money off of me. That's the whole point. There's a lot of people who think that because they've seen movies all their lives, they know what screenwriting is, and they really don't. But I always ask them one question, and nobody ever gets it right, which is, what is a screenplay for? And maybe I'll tell you later. But nobody I ever met who aspired to be a screenwriter could answer that question correctly. What is a screenplay for? I'll give you a hint. It's not the guide for shooting the movie. Not at all. So anyway, we'll go into some of that later because these are very interesting things to people for some reason. And, if you really want to get ahead in a certain business, any business, you got to understand the business. You have to know what it's about. You have to understand what your job is and what your job isn't. So now, we're getting all these people who like are doctors. These doctors who are getting fired from their jobs because they think that their job is to be a social justice warrior. Now, if you want to have a social conscience and do what you think is right, fine. But, there's an old saying in the esoteric world, which is so totally misunderstood. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. And immediately people say, oh, so I can murder somebody? And of course, the answer is no. If the law is that you should do what is your will to do, you have no right to steal somebody else's will by killing them. You see how that works? Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, which is that you become yourself. You do who you are. Because there's really only one you at any given moment. I don't know if we come back or not, but that's what people used to wonder I get in trouble even in high school. Well, what do you want to be when you grow up? I said, I want to be the best possible Elliot I can be. Well, that's not anything. Won't you be an engineer? So many kids in grade school said they wanted to be engineers that I thought they meant like Choo Choo Charlie in the Good and Plenty commercials. I didn't realize that an engineer didn't mean running a train. But, the kids, I saw like 5, 6, 7-year-olds saying, I'm going to be an engineer. And they didn't know what it was, They're just social pressures there. But find out who you are, what you can do, and use it, make a living doing it. It's not that hard. Yeah, well, you're lucky, they say. No, I wasn't lucky. I worked very hard to get where I was. Here's a secret about the entertainment business. When I was a screenwriter, I spent more time writing memos to the producers than actually working on the screenplay. Because we touched on this a week or so ago, the parts of a conversation. In a conversation, there's what I say and there's what you hear. And then there's what I think you heard and there's what you think I said. And it can be very confusing. And, the big problem that the producers have is they hire some gung-ho young screenwriter, tell them exactly what kind of movie they want them to be paid to write, and then they'll come off and go away and they come back with a script that has nothing to do with it. So anytime I had a telephone conversation or a luncheon meeting with a producer, I would go home and I would write a memorandum. And I would say, this is to memorialize what we discussed. Please let me know if I'm correct. That's it. This communication is at the heart of everything. If you can be Albert Einstein, but if you can't communicate what E equals MC squared means, you're screwed. It's all about communication, and the tarot cards are a form of communication. I don't make up what I'm reading. I just follow what the cards show me, and I explain to people what I see. I shuffled them up terribly today, so they're a big mess. But that won't stop us because I don't. People have asked me about this. I don't read the cards upside down in a short reading because we don't need to. The upside down cards. There's a card that covers everything in the deck, so you don't really need the upside down stuff. But in a very long, in-depth reading, it's handy. So some of these cards are even backwards. Let's see. Yeah, see, backwards. So let's see what we can do here, and we'll get into it. But in the meantime, I guess what I'm trying to say is don't let politics bend you out of shape. It's just a bizarre form of show business, and they have very little power over us, the political people. They just don't have that much power. They think they do, but they don't. That's why they are acting out all the time. But remember, always find out if what the person is doing is in their nature. If it's in your nature to be a politician, then you'll be a good politician. If it's not in your nature to be a politician, if you're only doing it because your father did it and your grandfather did it, you're headed for trouble. One of the meanest, nastiest people I ever saw in New York politics was somebody who was a fourth-generation political leader. And he spent a lot of time helping people and doing very good things. And then as he got older, he just started to really hurt people a lot. So, this is something to watch out for. Don't throw away your life, is what I'm saying. Find out who you are, what you're meant to do. Get a tarot reading. Get an in-depth tarot reading. Get a birth chart. I offer birth charts free, Just go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Now, there are 2 pages there. One is about getting a birth chart, and the other one shows birth charts for celebrities. Now, you want to have your socks knocked off, which sounds like a fun experience, doesn't it? Then please take a look at the celebrity birth charts at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And you will be surprised at how accurate they are. I mean, thoroughly accurate. And if you would like to, if you're not sure of who you are and where you're going and what your destiny may be, get a birth chart. I can sell you a 25-page one, or I can give you a free one that's like 2 pages. They're both fine. I'm not asking anybody to spend money, that's for sure. But if you choose to, the option is there. Almost nobody takes that option, and I'm fine with that. I'm not being exploited. In fact, right now, at this point in my life, I need to be busy. So if you can ask me for a free birth chart, you got it. If you can ask me for a free mini tarot reading, you got it. I'll be more than happy to do it. I did 3 of those today. Why shouldn't I do one for you? You're really helping me if you do it, because I'm really not in the best frame of mind I've ever been in, as many of you know and know why. But it's the show is not about me; it's about you. And I'll say it again, I am so happy at the outpouring of understanding and help I've gotten from the Ask One Radio audience. It's been great. So if you just feel like dropping me a line to say, we're with you, we hope all works out for you, go for it. And not just for me. I mean, you'd be surprised what that does for people. There's a wonderful scene in the play, 1,000 Clowns. And if you don't know it, take a look at the movie sometime. It's called 1,000 Clowns, where a guy has a revelation. He walks down the street and he apologizes to people. Excuse me, sir, but I'm sorry. Or I'm very sorry. And it brightens up their day, because apparently a lot of people are walking around feeling that the world owes them an apology. Now, here's a story I've told before. I knew a guy who used to say, money is great, but it's not worth working for. He had the right attitude about money, as far as I'm concerned. It's not what he didn't mean. You don't have to earn your money. He didn't mean steal it. What he meant was it's not worth grinding yourself into the ground over. Of all the things, I decided through my experimentation that of all the things people need in life, money is one of the easiest to get. I mean, you show up and you do a job for a few hours a day, you'll get money. So I walked along Central Park West, which some of you may not know is a very, for the most part, swanky neighborhood in New York City. And I asked people on Central Park West if they would give me some money. And they did. Almost everybody I asked gave me some money. Almost nobody avoided me. A little loose change here, a little folding money there. And I donated that money to a charity. Then the next day, I walked along the same stretch at the same time. And this time I didn't ask for money. I asked for people to listen to me. Not one person took me up on it. Not one, which is, why a lot of people go to see psychiatrists. They're paying somebody to listen to them. So that's an important lesson in life. I think I learned. What the lesson actually is, I don't know yet. But that was so many years ago. So you see, by way of all this, just remember what the main function of the news media is. It's to drive you crazy. One of their favorite tools is asking questions. Could this be the end of New York? Well, there's a wonderful website dedicated to what's called Betteridge's Law of Headlines. And this person, Ian Betteridge, decided long ago that any headline that ends with a question mark can be answered with the word no. And there's some very fun. Every day they add new headlines from the news, because lazy journalists love to write that. That means we know that the story is not true, but we simply want to run the story anyway. So, my refinement on that is ignore any headline that says could in it. Could this be the final days? No. Because it's not news, it's conjecture. Now, if you can cut out headlines with a question mark and just answer them no and ignore them after that, or you can ignore any story that has could or may be in the headline, you'll do yourself a world of good. Because these people, I've been around them for decades, and they just like to upset other people. It's that simple. And those other people are you and me. So that's my homily for today. I'll tell you something else. I'm about to say something that I would wager nobody has ever heard a man say. Now, it's not some big confession about feminism or anything. Here it is. I misplaced my turban. Have you ever heard anybody say that they lost their turban? I mean, right over there in my office is where I remember it being in a box, nicely wrapped up and secure. But wow, I can't find the thing. I found 4 fedoras that I didn't even remember I had, but no turban. So I'm probably the only person you'll ever hear moaning and whining that I lost my turban. Now, the funny thing is, you can't get one like that anymore. I mean, that company that made those went out of business during the Biden inflation period, as did like many inexpensive shaving soaps, which is what led me on my shaving soap odyssey, which I'm not going to talk about. But you can find it at my website, mojoacademy.org. There's several pages there about shaving soap, if you're so inclined. I have to mail some more out. I just sold some more soaps. See, I only made these soaps because I didn't want to pay a fortune for shaving soap, and I didn't see a reason to. So I went into making it for myself, and then I realized it was so inexpensive, I'll sell it. And I'm talking about I'm selling shaving soaps for like $4.99. I asked for a little more on eBay, but that's the game there. You can put in a lower price, and I'll consider it and probably give it to you. Even if it's just $4.99, you want to make it 4, fine. There's just no reason to take a commodity like shaving soap if you use a brush and a mug if you're a man and make it $16. But you'll see videos all over the place of people boasting about using $32 shaving soaps. One born every minute, folks. So that's my opening philosophy. Now we're going to go do the readings. How's that? Like I told you, I often get quite chatty because, especially now, living alone for the first time in over 40 years, I really feel like I'm burdening some people with emails and voicemails and all of that. But I like talking to you guys. Faceless hordes of people around the world listening to Reverend Elliot, and you don't even know how much good you do me. You don't even know how much you help me. And I really appreciate it. So the free charts, the free birth chart, free mini reading, it's a way of me giving back. Please take advantage of it. The more time I spend doing that, the happier I'll be. And I'm looking forward to making a free birth chart for you so you'll know who you are a little bit better, maybe. Carl Jung, the psychiatrist, the great father of psychiatry, he was really hip to this stuff. He likened people to wine, each wine having a vintage with certain characteristics. So are people. See, so take a look at the astrology page at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. I'll put a link to that today, if I remember, on Twitter, X. So let's pull back the curtain on the magical window. I'll ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. Hey, see, that bell worked. And now we're going to greet our first caller, Megan in Alexandria, Virginia. Hello, Megan. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm great. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. I'm doing better now that I'm here with all you guys. So what can I look at for you?
I just wanted a general reading to see if Spirit had a message for me.
Okay. Well, according to this, you're kind of at the cusp of some new stuff happening. I'm seeing that your mind is changing. Not that you're going nuts or anything, in a good way. Your mind is expanding, and you're finding a new way to think about life and see things. Is that something you're working on?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes,
It's working. I've got the Ace of Swords, and I have another card that has swords in it, which is the Justice card. Now, the thing about the Justice card is it means you're getting what you deserve. Were you cheated out of something recently, perhaps?
Uh, yeah, I think so. Hmm.
Okay, well, that the world is going to make that good, you know. Aside from that, the Three of Rods is here. That's about waiting for results, good results. The threes are about completion and also growth. And the Eight of Coins is here. Now, if you're in the line of looking for new work, that's a very good card. Now, even if it isn't new work, it could be a new assignment within a job you already have. It shows an apprenticeship, a person working very hard at something new and being recognized and rewarded for what she's done.
Oh,
So that's pretty good. Now, the Chariot is here too. That's a major card. You have two major cards here. The Chariot is about a person who's holding conflicting forces together. Do you feel like that's happening in your life?
holding conflicting forces.
Yeah. The
I think
symbol
I can relate to that.
the symbolism here, and then I have a very good card for you, ugly but good. The symbolism here is a person holding driving a chariot with two horses, one white, one black. One wants to go this way, the other wants to go that way, but you make them go according to the way you want them to go. Now that shows you have great willpower, but it's also tiring. But you're able to do it.
Oh, yeah,
You're able to do
yeah.
what needs to be done, but you might need a little break here. And that's what this card is. This is an ugly card, nasty looking card, and it scares a lot of people, but don't let it scare you. It shows a person lying face down in the mud with 10 swords in her back. Now, that doesn't mean somebody's assassinated you. It means that life has thrown its worst at you, and you're still here, and you're going to get up and keep going. So it's really a wonderful card. And the final card I have for you is the Ten of Cups, which is supreme happiness and a happy home and things working out very well. So in this period where your mind is growing and your mind is changing and you're going to be reaping results in the near future, and probably starting some new kind of work endeavor that you will apply yourself to very rigorously, and you'll succeed. I mean, this is all very good. And whatever you had been sort of cheated out of, the world is going to make that up to you, and you're going to live in complete happiness, according to these cards. See, it's a very
Oh,
nothing horrible happens here. It's a very dull, good reading. The cornerstone of this reading is your head. Not that you're a blockhead, but I knew a blockhead. I mean, that's a very specific thing in carnival talk. A blockhead, I don't know if I even want to explain what they do. They hammer nails up their nose. That's the act. But you're going to do very well because your mind is growing and changing. And unfortunately, the first thing that happens when we do that, when we grow that way, is we lose friends. I don't know what the hell happened to you. You're so different now, but they don't get that you're better. So don't let
yeah.
that get you down. You'll attract new people. Seriously will. Okay, so here's another one. This is the Six of Rods is another card of success and triumph. So you're headed down a good path. You're headed down a very good path, and it's work that you're doing for yourself. That's what counts. Let's see anything
I
else here.
believe it.
Yeah, you'll money is coming your way, and you'll be good at juggling that money. You'll know how to make that money work to make more money. That's really the whole point of, well, that's capitalism in a nutshell, is to have your money make the money. And it's doable,
Right.
it really is doable.
Mhm.
But somehow, if you look at the United Nations statistics, you'll see that capitalism, and I'm trying not to be ideological about this, just factual, has lifted more people out of poverty than anything. It's the old
Right.
saying about if you give a person a fish, you'll feed him for a day. If you teach her how to fish, you'll feed her for a lifetime, and that's what it does. There's a creativity to doing capitalism right. Now, if you want to be a rapacious capitalist and just go there and grab everything you can, that is not going to work out very well for you. But to, to have money working for you instead of you working for money is good. I mean, when I went out into the workforce, I couldn't believe that I was getting paid all the money I was getting just to show up and work 8 hours a day. And
Right.
I did good things with that money. And looking back with inflation, at the age of 20, I was making the equivalent today of about $60,000. And I liked the work. That was the main thing. I enjoyed the work. Won't say so much for the people I worked with because they were nasty, many of them, forming little cliques and all. But you're smart. These cards show me that your mind works. And this is another thing about holding conflicting forces. If you get into a situation where people are trying to hurt you, you're going to handle yourself very well. Okay?
I've learned, yeah.
I mean, I feel sorry for them because not because you're going to hurt them, but because they won't be able to hurt you. And for some people, that's a goal in life. You've noticed that. Here it is again, the Chariot. So things are looking good for you, and it's all coming very soon. Here's the Wheel of Fortune confirms that there's change coming. So yeah, don't thank me. It's you. It's your cards, and it's your work. You're the one doing the work. My reading shows that the work is going to pay off. Okay, Megan?
Thank you. Thank you
pleasure.
so much for your time and your energy.
Well, that's what I'm here for. Yeah, I enjoy doing this. I've been doing it for like 15 years, and every time I do a show, it's like the first time.
Oh, thank you.
Glad to meet you. I agree with that person who said that the world is full of friends we just haven't met yet. Thank you so much, Megan. Bye-bye now.
Good night, Reverend. Okay.
And let's just shuffle them up. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Good grief. Have we really hit the halfway mark already? Who is this chatterbox, Reverend Elliot? This is, like I said, these are very important things. Now, if you don't want to call and you want a reading without, like hundreds of thousands of people listening around the world live, and then even more later on at the archive. If you're a little shy about that, just send me an email and I'll do a free mini reading for you. Now, I'm not trying to entice you into it. I've actually got a sinister ulterior motive, which is to keep me busy. Look, any man who is capable of losing his turban really needs to focus his mind. And this kind of stuff is good for developing focus. I've got a few new products ready to go. I'm going to be putting them up on my website. So one of them involves this book that I wrote 15 years ago about bending spoons, which is really, it's not about bending spoons. That's the pretext. But it'll show you how to do it, even though people will tell you it can't be done. You take another look at that picture I just showed you. Right there on the cover is the first spoon I ever bent with just my mind. I remember being shocked. It just flipped over. And I'm offering a special package for that book because it's still, after 15 years, it still sells well. And I just want to give a little extra. I have the time now, and you people have been so darn kind to me over the years. Do you know how many nasty phone calls I've gotten doing this? Just one, and I made him feel like a dope. Just one, and and I'm talking about 15 years worth of phone calls. So I'm not inviting you to come in and abuse me, but I'm just showing how wonderful you folks are. Now let's go to Jackie in Ogden, Utah. Hi, Jackie. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm hanging in there. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Well, let's see if we can do something for both of us to be a little better. How's that? What can I look at for you?
I don't know. I guess I was just wanting a general reading, I suppose, or maybe if you could tell me what maybe Tony's intentions are with having a relationship with me, I guess. I don't know.
Well, okay, this is very good. This is right off the bat. This is the 10 of Cups. Cups are about relationships and romance, and the 10 is perfected happiness. That means it's going to be very good, you know. Now, have you recently had a relationship that didn't work out?
That was with Tony. We've been on like an on and off complicated type of situation for the last, like, I don't know, 9 years.
Well, these things happen because, speaking of 9, that's what this card is. It's the 9 of rods. Now, if you can see the card, it shows a person who's got a bandage on her head, standing in front of a bunch of rods, ready to fight. The bandage means you've been around the block. You know what I mean? The bandage is that you've taken your lumps. But it means that you have experience and you know how to handle things. It's very important because in the romantic realm, people take so much abuse. This is one of the things that like shocked somebody to whom I was briefly married, was that I didn't put up with it, and I terminated the relationship, so to speak. That's for another time. But the thing about the relationships here is that, you know, I've got 4 cards here, and 3 of them are cups. And as I said, cups are about romance and relationships. So the cards are really responding exactly to you. The 6 of cups is about memories of childhood. There's somebody who maybe from your past who could potentially pop up again, or at least is on your mind. And the 2 of Cups is here. Now, that's an interesting one. The 2 of Cups can mean a new relationship or a relationship you're in now, reaching a new level. But that's a very important card that way. That means that something good is on the way to you in terms of relationship, and it's going to be good. Now, you see, here I have another cup card, which is the 8 of Cups. That's a person who knows to move away from things that aren't working for her and go towards things that are. So you're not a
kind of been at.
You're not a sucker, but you know, some people can have a hold on us. You know what I mean? It's difficult. I mean, I don't like to get this personal because it's not about me, it's about you guys. But if you're being honest with me, I should be honest, you know, and open with you. I got out of a very lousy marriage many years ago, and it hurt me when I left, you know, when I broke it up. I couldn't believe it. My first thought was, I can't believe this is upsetting me. You know, it's God. I'm shuffling the cards up here while we talk, but here are 2 more cards for you that are cups. So definitely romance is very important in your life. The Ace of Cups again bodes the potential for something new in terms of romance, and the 3 of Cups is a completion of a matter in plenitude, which also the important thing here is it shows that you will either find a new level of romance with this person, or you'll find somebody new through your friends. See, that's an important thing. So keep your eye out. But, you know, overall, the cards are very positive for, I don't believe this. I got 2 more cards here, and they're both cups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 8 cards are cups. So definitely this is about relationship and romance and love. King of Cups and the Knight of Cups. The Knight of Cups bodes well for something new happening romantically in your life. And the King of Cups shows that you're gaining good control over your emotions. You're not letting your emotions beat you around. You know, now women have a reputation for being overly emotional. trust me, men are worse, but because men tend to be far more repressed, in my experience. So,
Yeah.
but you'll be doing well. I can't believe all these cup cards you got here. All but one is a cup card. All of them but one. You know,
And I'm not
there's
normally
only,
like very like concerned about a relationship. It's just like I don't know. I'm just getting older in age, and I don't know. Like I just want a partner, like more than anything. And I just don't want to sit there and waste my time any longer for something that's not going anywhere.
and here I have the card of the Hierophant, which is a card about marriage, which is a card about religious solemnization. Yeah, there comes a point where no matter what you feel like about a person, you got to start calling the bluff. You got to say enough is enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what this is about. This is about well, here's the Wheel of Fortune says that the situation you're in will change, and the next is a major card, which is Temperance, which is about balance being restored in your life. So I think this is going to work out very well. I think that there will be a restoration of balance, because right now it's out of whack. You can see that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's not in balance, but it will be balanced out. And the results very likely can be a happy marriage, according to this, because that's something that it doesn't just happen. It's something people work at, and people have to be determined to do. He's another one. There's another cup card. I'm going to ignore it though, because the next card is healing, health, growth, happiness. It's the Sun. Finally, a card that is a major card that isn't involving cups, but it tells me that you're going to have everything you want, and balance will be restored, and you'll grow, and you'll be happy, and you'll be healthy. Okay.
Okay.
So it's a very good reading, because it shows what you want, and you're willing to work to get that which you want. Correct?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So let's see if there's one more card here. Well, there's the Justice card again. We had that earlier. There's things in life that you may not think it this way, but there's things in life that you deserve, and you're going to get those things. And that sounds like a threat to some people, but it's not.
No, I mean, it just like that's also another thing that I was thinking about the other day is, I guess like my lack of self-love to myself, I guess, and feeling that I have to stop allowing people to treat me a certain type of way because I feel like I don't deserve any different.
Yes, that is big. That is
not
very
being
big.
worthy.
That's something. There's a little voice in a lot of people's heads that say, "I don't deserve this." In a very strange way, I've known more than I want to know people who killed themselves, and with one exception, they were all very successful at what they did. But deep down inside, they didn't feel they deserved it, so they killed themselves. Can you imagine that?
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, it's very sad. Well, the World is here. That's a card of assured success. And the Eight of Swords here, this is exactly what you just described to me. This is a person who doesn't feel able to move, feels trapped. But the thing about the Eight of Swords is that you're bound to the swords by a rope. And by moving, you'll cut those ropes. So there's hope there. I think that you will cut the ropes. Oh, gosh, again, the cups. The Nine of Cups tells me you're going to be very happy. There's a plumped person there because that person is so gifted with life pleasures. It's a card that even gives a warning that people might be upset with you because they're envious of you. So you're aware of what's bothering you. That's the main thing. You feel inadequate. Somebody put that little recording in your head to feel inadequate, and you're dealing with it. And I say you're going to vanquish it. At my website, magic-works.com, I have a page called Erase Those Tapes. because it's bad enough when we have bad feelings about ourselves, but when somebody else put them there, it's worse. So
Yeah.
do that. I mean, when I was a child, my mother said something I wouldn't even say to a person I despised. And fortunately, I was a strong little child, and I didn't let it bother me. I knew that it was her problem, not mine. And it was about how everything I touch is ruined. Everything I can. And
Oh, wow.
telling a 9-year-old this, I remember
I
it,
can
but
see
I
how that would
remember,
start into your brain.
yeah, I remember it because I rejected it. I absolutely, utterly
Yeah.
rejected it. And then that's something no 9-year-old should have to go through. But it sticks with us. And there's always, I've known so many people who were quite confident and successful who would tell me during a reading, there's a little voice that says, you're not good enough and you don't deserve this. Well, you are good enough. You do deserve it. I mean, that's like that character that Al Franken used to play, Stuart Smalley, which is a great name. It's based on a talent agent named Stuart Smiley, who we all knew in the comedy world. So he just made a joke out of Stuart Smiley's name. But it's, by gosh, you deserve it. Now, one of my
Hi, buddy. Welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings, Lady D. I'm your host, Lady D, and I hope you've all had an amazing week. So this week, with the astrology, we do have the new moon that's going to be in Taurus on the 17th of May at 6:01 a.m. That is my time in Sydney. So we actually have some good positive aspects to the moon, but we have it's like a cloud of another transit that I feel like it's going to overshadow the new moon. So the positive aspects with this is that we have the moon and the sun. It's going to be sextile to Jupiter, so it's bringing in some positive energy with that. This new moon will be linked in with finances because Taurus rules money. Because if you're a Taurus, you find that Taurus are good with money, or they like money. They're all about money. They also they crave stability, and they have like big values. They're also team players. So these are the things that are going to come up with this new moon energy. So with that Jupiter, and it's Jupiter in Cancer, so there is like a nurturing vibe there with that. And there could be if it was just looking at these energies, I would say it's a really good new moon. We've also got the Sun, Moon, Mercury, all in and also Uranus in tri to Pluto. So there could be energy here where it is about destruction, rebuilding, or an end is coming, but at the same time, it's a positive. There's things that need to happen, and it's a positive ending. So we've got all these aspects here, but we've also got on the same day, we have the Mars and Chiron conjunction. So with Mars, it's about your anger, it's motivation, it's your strength. Mixing that with Chiron, I call Chiron the planet of pain. Other people call it's a wounded healer, but for me, I never sort of see it as a healing. So you might feel a little bit less confident. There's in Aries, so it might be intense anger, a whole lot more fire. So we may sort of got this fire and earth energy happening at the same time. And I feel like that it's going to feel a sense of unstableness because Taurus crave to be things have balance and stable. And I feel like it's going to cause a little bit of an unbalance. We've also got happening today, we've got the sun conjuncting Mercury. So there could be today be about all about communication. Maybe you're more talkative, a lot more things happening around you. It could be, I feel like it might be even chaos energy as well. So we do have that. We've got Venus on the 18th. That's going to be in sextile to Chiron. That would be a good positive aspect. So that's about finances or relationships. And it could be, I feel like this week it's about having tough conversations, and it's about things that have to happen. And it could be like a new respectful energy coming into the relationships, or it could be that it's time to cut cords in relationships. I do feel like that's the energy is going to be coming up this week with what we have. Because on the 18th, we've also got Mercury. It's going to conjunct Uranus in Gemini. So, and that's right after that new moon there. also on that new moon that Mercury is going to be moving into Gemini, which is, again, it's about conversation, being quite chatty. When it conjuncts Mercury, it could be unexpected communication. So you might hear from someone you didn't think you would hear from, or someone like out of the blue might contact you. You might have thoughts, like racing thoughts through your head and things you haven't thought about, or just all odd things coming through your head. Could be you're communicating in different ways. It could be coming up with new ideas, new inventions. So it is a bigger week. A lot of things with Mercury. We've also got on the 19th, you got Mercury is going to be in sextile to Neptune. So I feel like that's about talking your way through. If people are trying to pull the wool over your eyes, or something's a little bit murky, but you're talking your way through it. If it's like someone's trying to say like con you or tell you a story, you're able to see what's real, what's not real with that transit, I feel. We've also got on the 19th, you've got Venus moving into Cancer, where Jupiter's in Cancer as well. So they're not actually meeting up yet, but they are going to be in the same sign. So that could make house prices go up slightly. It could also be that you're trying to redecorate, spending money in a home. It could be mending relationships in family dynamics as well with that. And we've got also on the 19th, we've got Mars. It's going to be moving into Taurus too. So Mars in Taurus, I do feel like that can create, it's like fire going into an earth sign. So it could create a bit of an unbalance. It could also create energy of, I just feel like things are going to be looked at this week. But I do feel like it's going to be an intense week. Unstable. It could be in finances being exposed, could also come up this week as well. Might be a sense of someone being pushed out, could also be coming up this week too. Let's go to the caller. So we got here Connie. So she's in California. So hi Connie, how are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
Well, I am in a little bind. I need to move out by June 15th from where I'm living at right now. I haven't found a place, and I feel my finances stuck.
I just feel like it's a bit tight. I just feel like something's gonna happen in nick of. I keep on hearing nick of time, so I just feel like in a nick of time, you're gonna find something. I am seeing like a female who's a little bit larger of a lady, and I do see her sort of helping you out. It could be that you're going to stay with her, or she's going to help you to find somewhere new. She has short hair. It's like it is short, but it's sort of styled on top. And I feel like that she's quite sweet, and she's quite happy. But I just feel like she's going to help you out. And with your finances, are you having to look for two jobs, or is it jobs that you have? Because I keep on getting like saying about two jobs.
I need to start looking for a job, and right now I do volunteer work. That's what I'm doing right now.
Okay. 'Cause I keep on seeing the two jobs. So
That would be great.
yeah. Look, I feel like it could be by the end of the month that you get money, like some more money stream coming into you. Like, might not be anything flash. It might be something that's just like in the nick of time, like just something that you get that's going to help you out. It could be like in retail, or it could be, I feel like a shop, but I feel like it's nothing flash, but it's a start of an opportunity. I feel like that you're quite smart, and you're quite resilient.
Yes.
So I'm hearing, so the place that I don't know if it's the place you're going to go to, or the place that you're in. I'm hearing it's old. So is the place that you're in, is it a bit damp, or is that the old place?
No, I rented. I'm renting.
Yes, I understand that. But the building that you're in, is it an old, I'm seeing an old building. So I don't know if it's where you are or where you're going to, but I'm also hearing that it's damp, which I feel like it might be the building that you're in. So is it a bit damp because moisture, is there moisture inside the building somehow?
Yes, right here where I am, yes, it has mold.
Yeah, okay. That's what I was getting at. It's that building. Look, because I kind of feel like that this building needs to be sort of like there's a lot of problems with the building, and I kind of feel like it needs to be started again and needs to be torn down. Look, I feel like you're gonna so the place that you're gonna go into, I do see a fence around it. It's that wire fence around it, which I think you guys call it a chain link fence. You'll I feel like where you go, it will do for now, and then as you get more money, you'll go up from there. This next place that you go to won't be like your forever place. It will just be an in between place.
Okay.
But I feel like
Great.
where you're going to go to, it won't be damp. It will be. I feel like there's going to be sunshine coming through it. So I feel like the sun's going to shine through the windows. So I feel like you're going to feel the warmth of the sun come through. I feel like that it's like an open space to there.
Mhm.
It even could be
Okay.
through like a community. It even could if it's like community housing or through community. Like I just feel you're going to get this help here for you. I just feel like something's going to come through in your time. If not, I feel like there's this lady that I see that I feel like is going to help you, whether it be you moving with her or she helps you to find something. I just feel like that there's a safety net with you. So I feel like there'll be something that comes up.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I have another question. My ex passed away last year after we were life partners for 17 years. And he left me some money, but I haven't been able to collect that money at all.
Because of no paperwork? I'm just saying there's no paperwork.
Because he is not on his will, he left me a promissory note. And that I cannot find a lawyer, probate lawyer, because we don't know where the money is coming out from.
Yeah, but it's not, you're not going to have buying legal. I feel like it's something to do with the paper, because I was getting you saying that you just know it's not in the will, which could be what I'm picking up with no paper. I feel like it's going to be a bit hard. You might have to go legal aid. I just feel like there's going to be it's not going to be straightforward, and it is going to be hard. I feel like it's going to be hard to prove this. So I feel like it's going to take you a bit more time to get a bit more complex to go through it. I think it's going to be harder, but I think you'll get some good legal advice there. I think you'll get some free legal advice, and that will help you. I'm hearing legal aid, so I feel like that's what you'll get for that. But thank you for calling in today.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So everybody, if you want to contact me for reading, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Facebook is also Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram is Lady D as Psychic. My TikTok is Lady D Psychic, and the same as my YouTube as well. Thank you for joining me, and I hope you all have an amazing week and a great weekend, and I'll see you same time, same place next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Guided Whispers, Insights with Robin. Live from RobinWolf.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guided Whispers on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I hope everyone is having a good Tuesday. Here I am in Asheville. My dogs just started going crazy because the FedEx truck came and then decided he didn't know how to back out of the driveway, so he went over my flower garden. So dogs are going nuts. But anyway, I am here and I am ready to do a reading for someone who's interested. And also I did choose a card for the collective. It is the home card. And for me, the home card means that it's time for you to be comfortable in your own skin. And it's time for all of you, well, maybe not all of you, but someone this means something to. You belong. Yes, you definitely belong. And it's time for you to feel safe in your own skin. It's time for you to feel peaceful and secure. It's all the things that home makes you feel. It's an invitation, an open invitation for you to experience what it feels like to feel secure in your own skin, to live comfortably no matter what is happening in the world around you. The whole entire world can be falling apart. Maybe it is, I don't know. But it's time for you to open your eyes, connect with like-minded people, find your tribe, and know what a special person you are. Yes, you. I'm talking to all of you. You are special. All of you. Just know home is love, and love is all around you. And if it's not, then it's time for you to sit down, meditate, and figure out what you need to do to feel comfortable in your own skin, what you need to do to feel comfortable with yourself. Because there is a place for you, and there is a place where you belong, and you need to find it. So I hope that helps a little bit while I'm waiting for someone to step in to do a reading. I really do. I hope that you can find that for yourself because it's so important, right? I mean, if you don't feel like you belong, it's time for you to do an inventory and figure out why, right? Who are you hiding from? Are you hiding from the real you? Are you hiding from someone else? It's time to jump on the path, the path to finding you. And if I could help in any way with that, I am definitely here. And with that, I'm going to say hello to Linda in Canada. How are you today, Linda?
Hi. I'm doing good. How are you?
Well, now that the barking stopped and the FedEx truck has left my driveway, I am doing very well, thank you.
Awesome.
How can I help you today?
Well, I have a question. Someone very special to me is supposed to move here by September, and we're supposed to live together. And I'm just wondering, because I've just got this feeling, is that actually going to happen? Do you know?
Did you say December? Sorry.
September.
September. Okay. All right. Sorry, you cut out for a moment, and I wasn't. All I heard was ember. Okay. So let me. I'm shuffling the tarot cards, but I'm also connecting with you, on a psychic level. So if you just think about that person, and think about what's for your highest and your best, and that person's highest and best, and let me see what I pick up on. I mean, as you were asking, I got a yes, but I'm not sure why I heard December instead of September. So let me just see. And is there a name for that person?
Yes, his name is Melvin.
Okay. 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 So I am getting Melvin is excited. I am getting that he wants to come out and move in with you much sooner than September. I don't know why I'm picking up on July. Is there a possibility that he might come out for a few weeks at a time this summer before September? Because I'm picking up
I
July.
honestly don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. It's like the goal is September, but
Okay.
sooner would be nice too. But
Yeah. So I'm getting that he's in more of a hurry than you are. I feel like you don't believe that, but I do feel like he sometimes holds himself back a little bit because he is excited and he's afraid to get excited. So I do feel like there might be some push and pull, but I feel like he will come out around July. Maybe not to stay forever in July, but there's something going on. I'm not sure if he's getting a divorce or if he's selling something, but I am getting something that he has to sign. I'm getting papers. So,
okay.
okay, so I'm getting those papers will be signed. It's interesting because I'm getting November for that. Maybe that's why I was hearing December in my head. But I'm also getting, once these papers are signed, I'm feeling like there's money coming to him. So maybe he's selling his place. I'm not sure because I'm not getting that information right now. But I am getting an October, November, December timeframe for that. So
Okay.
does he have two dogs or do you? I don't know why I keep seeing dogs around.
I have one and he has one.
Okay, well, that equals two. Okay, so I do feel like, again, I don't know his dog has met your dog yet, so maybe that's why I'm getting
Yeah,
July.
I have.
Okay, because I do feel like they love each other already. So again,
Okay.
I feel like he will come out to you over the summer. I mean, I could be wrong with my time frame, but I'm getting July. I'm getting the number 7. But I'm also getting something is being signed October, November, and that he will be able to move out to you full time before the end of the year. Like he will be there for the holidays. So I'm getting a definite yes. I'm just not getting, I don't feel like I'm getting all the information. Maybe I'm not supposed to say it over the internet, over the show. I'm not sure. But I do feel like you need to know that you have everything you need to make this happen and you're manifesting it, and so is he. So between the two of you having that infinity to love each other, and your dogs are also a big part of this. I'm going to say the 4 of you, you're all making this happen. So it's definitely happening. It's just a matter of the time frame. It may not be exactly September.
Thank
do you have any
you
other?
so much. You just totally made my day.
Okay, good. But we still have 5 minutes left, so don't go anywhere. Do you have any, do you have any other questions I could help you with?
Okay, well, my best friend passed away in January,
Okay.
and sometimes I still feel her presence, in just little things. And would you be able to tell me if she is still here or if she has gone over to the other side or?
Oh, she's definitely gone over to the other side, but that doesn't, I mean, that's my belief anyway. I believe as soon as you pass,
Okay.
you're on the other side. But I do feel like she is around you a lot, and I'm not sure what she has to do with Melvin, but I do feel like she's working with you to make this happen. I feel like she really wants you to be as happy as you can, and I know that she fought really hard to stay. She didn't want to leave. But I do feel like there's a thank you. And I feel like she's making you, do you smell her? Because I keep getting like a sweet perfume, like almost chocolate and flowers all at the same time. I don't know if that makes any sense to you, but I'm getting that
Not
she
really.
wants you to smell her. So if you ever smell, I don't know, maybe it's not her perfume, maybe it's her favorite food, but I'm getting, she's sending you flowers. So if you walk out your door and see a flower, that blue around you, that blue on the ground or that is on your car, I just feel like she's sending you a lot of things that she loved to make you feel her around you. She,
Okay.
I don't know if that makes sense, but she wants you to really pay attention. Also, she loves your dog. And I do feel like she is driving your dog crazy. Your dog knows she's
Probably.
around. Okay, because your dog knows she's around. And I don't know if she's pulling your dog's tail but if you see your dog going around in circles, it's her driving your dog crazy.
Okay.
So just keep that in mind, but she's not leaving your side anytime soon. She's still gonna be around you a lot. What else? Did you discuss a wedding with her before she passed? Were you like making plans?
No,
Okay.
no, we joked around a lot about getting married and stuff like that, but that's
Okay.
it.
Okay, because she's talking about that, and she's joking around about weddings, but she's not joking around anymore. I feel like she's saying, I'm still gonna be here, and I know she's a female, and you're not gonna have a female walk you down the aisle, but she's making jokes about it, going, you know what? When it's time, I'm gonna be to walk with you down the aisle, and I'm gonna be here to celebrate. So if it's not an actual wedding to Melvin, it's still, I'm gonna say renewing vows. It's still making promises to each other, and she's there, egging you on, making sure it happens, trying to help you with all of your wishes. I do feel like maybe she didn't work as a psychic, but I do feel like she was very psychic and very in tune. And she wants to say thank you because you really helped her pass. You helped her pass without pain. I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm just getting that she needs for you to know that she was okay with going to the other side because you helped her. I don't know what she needs for you to know that. What else? I think we're running out of time, but I just want to make sure you know she's around you. And she's right
Thank you
there.
so much.
You are so welcome. And I can't wait to hear the rest of your story.
Yes, me too. Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're very welcome. I hope that you have a good day. And I hope everyone else has an awesome day and rest of your week. Take care.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Ask Maria Now with Maria. Live from AskMariaNow.info. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Ask Maria Now on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to my show. I hope everybody had a great week. I am Maria from AskMariaNow.info. My phone number is 640-208-1014. So I hope everybody had a really great week. I know these last couple of weeks I've had some trying times, and a love member of our family has gotten very sick. And last week I talked about, having that faith, and even in the darkest hour, just having that little spark of light that comes through from the divine. And, we all at some points in our life experience that. But tonight I wanted to talk about something else that really was important too during that time. And it's the friendships that hold you together during these hard times, right? And I feel that a lot of people lost a lot of those connections, especially with social media and your phone, you're texting, you're not speaking, you're not interacting. I was always blessed because of my career. I was a national educator for a big hair company, and it was all about connections. I traveled, I met beautiful people, their acquaintances. But the core of what I think is important in everybody's life is to have that 1, 2, 3 support people that are really, you ride and die people. You're going to drop everything, and you don't have to talk to these people every day. They are just there for you when you need them. And there's that camaraderie that you have that it brings peace, and it's such a priceless gift that many times we don't acknowledge, or we don't call the person and say, hey, I really appreciate you. And making these people in our lives that are really close to us, feel important and value them. And I think tonight's a great night to think about whatever situation you're in, to really start talking about and thinking about your friends that you have and who you're going to talk with. Friendship is not always the best connections. We meet people that come and they go, but the ones that really hold strong to you are the ones that don't always have to speak. And I want to thank God for the few that I have that carried me through the hardest part of my life that I've had over the last couple of weeks. And I realized that my emotional safety that they provided to me was a great blessing. And that's why I want to bring this to attention to anybody that tonight is going through a difficult time and who needs that one person. I hope someone's out there that grabs a hold of you and say, hey, checking in, hey, need you, you need to talk about something. It's so important. And like I mentioned earlier, I think that the social media part that we are all obsessed with, the AI and all this, especially the younger generations, they've truly lost a lot of the human touch, the human compassion, the actual talking and feeling of another human being. They're so busy on their phones, and there's no emotion to that. And that's the sad part. I mean, I think the phone and social media and all that's fantastic. I think it holds its place. But I also thought in the interim of our growth, we did lose so much of humanity and what we should emotionally feel for anybody. So I hope if you know somebody that's going through something, or there's a friend of yours that really needs a hand, just pick up the phone and ask them, or stop by, or send something over. I mean, I was offered so many beautiful things while I was in the hospital and visiting my loved one that I was there a lot. And I will tell you, it was the most priceless things to have people like that in my life. Okay, so now on to our readings. Who am I speaking with tonight? Christina. How are you, Christina?
I am doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well, honey. What's going on?
I want to inquire about my love life. I'm currently single. I'll be 40 in July. I was actually wondering if this guy, Anthony, I haven't spoken to him since August, will be coming back in my life at all.
Okay, sure. Let's take a look at that. So will Anthony be coming back into her life at all? Dear Spirit, please connect to the energy of these two. Okay. You know, he has thought a few times about picking up the phone and just like checking in. I feel he's in conflict with the relationship. He doesn't know what he wants, basically. He's not sure if this could last a long time. And there's the moon card, and that usually tells me there were things that there was dishonesty, or things that he didn't call out to you, or maybe you didn't trust something 100%. But I do feel at some point that you are going to get past this, and I'll tell you why. I do see a new relationship surfacing in your life. I want to say mid to end of summer. I do feel you will be attending something and someone will show up. I also feel that it's almost an interaction with a bunch of people that you know. As far as he's concerned, I can't say that you wouldn't hear from him at some point, but I just feel it's more of like, want to check in, see how everything's going, maybe talk a little bit. But as far as it being a healthy reconciliation, I'm sad to say, I don't really feel that coming. I feel there's someone else out there that's going to be showing up in your life, and you're not going to give this 3 thoughts after that, to be honest.
Okay. That makes sense. No, I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah. Like I tell you, the good thing that's going to happen. So you do meet somebody who is actually very nice looking. I mean, he's very charismatic. He captures your attention. He's got a good heart. He's very compassionate. This is a person that will stand on your side, not in front of you, not in back of you. You're not his mother. You're not any of that. This man is a man that enjoys relationship. I feel that he was raised. He seems to have a family of a lot of sisters and a mother and they were strong women. His mother's a strong woman, so she may have been divorced and raised these girls with him. And she taught him a lot. And being around that female energy also, that he learned how to treat women, and he has a lot of respect. And I love that in a man today, because a lot of them fall short, And I love that for you. And I feel that this person is definitely a soulmate. And soulmates come in for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. This one will be your lifetime partner. I feel you have a lot of great energy, and he's really truly aligned to where you're supposed to be in life with him. New friends, new connections, you got the strength card. So he makes you feel strong when you feel weak. You bounce off of each other, and I love that for you, because you're going to be really happy. Next year at this time, you will definitely be in a serious committed relationship with this person.
Okay. Sounds good. I look forward to 2027. Sounds good. Thank you.
What birth sign are you, honey?
I'm a Cancer.
Sensitive, intuitive, smart, and you need that home base. You need that. You're ready for it, honey, and you're going to have it.
Yes, so I'm looking for marriage. I want to have children and family. I don't have that, and that's what I'm looking for.
That's going to come to you. I don't want you to worry about that. That's going to come to you. This person that's coming into your life is going to be very like-minded like you, and and I love the fact, because cancers need nurturing, and you're a nurturer at heart, right? So the energy is going to bounce off of You're a nurturer at heart, and you're going to bring a lot of love into the family you create. Dog, kids, whatever you want. I do see a lot of happiness coming to you. I think you've been there and done it, and you're really ready now. It really shows a point of, I love the Ten of Cups, and I just got to show you this card because it's such a beautiful card. It's a card of like happiness and family and love, and you're going to resonate with this person. And I love the fact that he has a great career. He's financially secure. So, I mean, this is like you dream. You must have been thinking about him for a while. You must have put your thoughts out there, manifesting him, and keep manifesting him. I believe in that. Always ask God to send you your divine partner so you can be happy. Is there anything else you'd like?
Will he be older or younger than me?
No, I feel it's not showing me an age difference, so it's either your age or maybe a little bit older, but not something to say there's a big gap.
Okay, gotcha. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, you're so welcome. It was a pleasure meeting you, sweetheart. You keep in touch.
All right, awesome. All right.
Okay. Bye, honey. And that's what I love when people have nice endings and they've waited and they've been there and done that. We never let go of the past sometimes when we want that security in a relationship. And I love when I get readings like this because there is always hope and there is always somebody out there for you. And this young lady is going to have what she wants and really be happy. So I hope everybody has a great week. And if there's any questions and you want a reading, you could always reach me at 640-208-1014. Have a great night.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. And watch watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Soul Song Healing with Lizzie. Live from soul-songhealing.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Song Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, this is Z with Soul Song Healing, and today I'm going to be talking about past lives. I'm going to take a reader who's interested in their Akashic record. We've all had different lifetimes that might seem unfathomable to some of you, but there are often trends between our lifetimes. Sometimes similar feelings, lessons that we learn, experiences we have. It's the journey of the soul. I think it's very fascinating. And I offer Akashic record readings professionally. So I'm just going to be doing one today. And hopefully we got a caller who has some questions about their past lives. Hello.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi. Hi, what's your name?
Oh, Daria.
Hi, Daria. Do you have any questions about any of your past lifetimes?
Yes. Does it matter what I ask?
No, go ahead and ask. Yeah.
Well, I had wondered if I had a past. I mean, everyone wondered. I wondered if I had a past lifetime in Egypt. Wait, hold on. So I wondered if I'd had a past lifetime in Egypt, and also, I'd also wondered if I had ever been like a priestess, or I know it sounds really egotistical, but like I have all these random thoughts. Like I also thought I might have been a slave owner at one point.
Okay, well, let's see if let's start with, okay, so you want to know if you were a high priestess. I'm going to answer that one first because that one came through first. What I'm seeing is that you weren't exactly a high priestess, but you preserved sacred knowledge. And this had to do with knowledge about Jesus, which is interesting. It's basically sacred knowledge. You were tending to a sacred fire. That's more of an analogy, but you were in a group of women. This was after the death of Jesus, and you were preserving, this is Gnostic wisdom that you're preserving. And you were studying texts, and you were doing ritual and ceremony with these women, and you were very pure of heart. You were a very good person. And what I see, which is really interesting, is like basically they're saying that they're like portals to higher consciousness that Jesus like laid the path to, and that this was something in his life that other people could experience if they were able to access this knowledge. So there's a part of this order, or I guess, of women that wanted to keep this knowledge sacred and keep it protected. I'm not sure if that was, really, if there was really someone coming after it, because I'm not really getting that. What I see who's really interesting, Daria, is that I see an image of you in the photo coming out of your hands. So like you're working with energy medicine, but it looks like this yellow light. And what I hear is that villagers, like the villagers in the surrounding area, they didn't know exactly what you all were up to, but they respected you because you would come and you would work on people when they were ill. And this was just, they keep saying portals to consciousness, basically that we could access certain abilities and certain states of consciousness the way that Jesus did through this ancient wisdom. So that's pretty fascinating. See, what else did you ask? You want to know about Egypt and the slave? Okay.
Well, I also just sense
Yeah.
that I had something to do with Jesus at one point. I'm so egotistical, but I don't mean it like not anything like that in this lifetime. But that's why
Yeah.
I find that fascinating. Anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Well, sometimes you have memories like I want to answer the slave owner one because there's like some reassurance coming through that like no, you weren't a slave owner, but like there's a part of you that remembers this lifetime. It feels like that makes sense. It's like what I see is they're like so you were part of a family that owned slaves, but you were just a little girl. You grew up with this family. You
That's
remember?
what I thought.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I meant. Sorry.
No,
I
you're
met
fine.
this guy. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt you though. Sorry, not.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'll just tell you more.
Okay, go ahead.
You were like really fair skinned and you were like so basically like in this lifetime your father was violent and abusive and your mom was not okay. And you felt really trapped in your own family. So and you really did not agree with the fact that your family had slaves. And there was a part of you that wanted it's not that you wanted to be a slave, but you wanted that connection to them. You were looking for family and you dreamed of having this liberating them and like living as a tribe with them somewhere else. And I see there was this man, an older man who was a slave who you would go to, and he almost played the role of a father figure for you. Like, I know that sounds strange because of the power dynamic, but he showed you what a man was supposed to be. Does that resonate with you?
Yeah, like a lot.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have some memory of this? That's really interesting.
Well,
Um,
it's kind of like I have this kind of on my own. I only had this funny sense that maybe I had been involved in slave ownership, but then I sorry, I met this guy, this older guy. Now he's white in this lifetime, but we met, and he's actually a coworker of mine, and he's like as white as you can be right now. But he said he had this really vivid dream once that he was a slave, and that there was this young girl that he was really close with, and he thought it might be me. I can't remember how we concluded this, but it was me too.
Oh, wow. The crazy thing is, this was not your first lifetime with this person. You had another lifetime where he was your brother in ancient Greece. So you were, again, a woman, he was a man, and you were kind of bored in this lifetime, Daria, because unfortunately, when he was your brother, he was very self-serving. He like wanted to climb the ranks. He was all about how can I get ahead? You didn't really know him very well. There's like a big gap between you. And you were bored because you wanted to learn the things that men were learning and you just weren't allowed to. And in both lifetimes, there's just a feeling of like not liking your life that much or feeling isolated or disconnected from others. But it's interesting because like when he was your brother, he's very self-serving and focus on self. And then when he was this older man who was a slave, he was the leader of his people. He was the one who took it upon himself to take care of everyone. So that seems like a really interesting progression as a soul. That's so crazy that you met someone and like had this memory though. That's wild.
Yeah, and he's not the type of person. He's not spiritual. He's not in those communities. So it's wild that he's really not into that. But he said he had this vivid dream once, and I think he does believe in past lives. But I can't even remember how he. For some reason, I think we had a resonance with each other is the thing, and
and I guess maybe through intuition he remembered the dream and felt like I was from that dream he had, because he said it was different from other dreams, like really vivid, like it felt like something like an actual memory, And he said he'd always been really interested in like slave times, like he likes to read firsthand accounts of what it's like to be a slave, like written by slaves. So, and he doesn't even know why he's so into that. He's as white as you can be this lifetime, which is interesting,
So some of these, like I've had really powerful dreams of other lifetimes that were not dreams. It was like they were a dream, but I was there. So I totally understand that experience. Let's see, the other question you had, I think we have some time about ancient Egypt. So let's see. Okay, so this was a lifetime. Again, you were a woman in this lifetime. There was a war that broke out and a lot of heaviness. Like you really were tending to people, like physically, mentally, emotionally. And no matter how much you tended to them, there was this feeling of like, I'm not enough, I'm not doing enough. And then it shows you as an older woman. And by the time,
hold on 1 second.
Okay. By the time you're an older woman, there's peace in this land, basically. But they're kind of telling me that this feeling of like I'm not enough or I'm not doing enough stays with you in this lifetime. So that's something for you to heal in this lifetime.
Oh.
Yeah. That's something. I mean,
that's it. Yeah.
You're doing a lot, but you just kept saying it was almost like you took upon you felt like it was all your responsibility to heal everyone. I kind of know that feeling.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I do. I have had that feeling, although like this lifetime I think I'm not very good at doing that. But I feel like I have that like intuition to want to do that. So, that drive to want.
Yeah. I guess focus on what you already doing and appreciate that rather than going into like I'm not enough kind of thing. Well, thank you so much, Daria. Please reach out to soul-songhealing.com if you would like to book a session with me. Thank you so much to our caller, and yeah, fascinating stuff.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live once again tonight. No more of this missing shows for me, pal. I'm going to be here, and I'm ready to go and do the show. And the only thing I can add to that is... there was. Where is everybody? How'd they get in here? There was a famous producer at MGM who was in charge of production in the 20s and 30s, and he never put his name on the movies. And he said that because credit you give yourself is worthless. How much more electronic applause you give yourself, right? That's beautiful. So we're gonna spend the next hour looking through the magical window of the tarot here in New York, where it turned out that for the first time, probably in New York history, people listened to something the governor, not the governor, said. We've got a governor here who, no matter what your political persuasion is, this is shocking. She got on television a year or so ago, maybe a little more, and said that if you're not a member of the party she is in, I believe her exact words were, get the hell out of New York. And she thought she was being funny and smart, and they did. People started leaving. And of course, what happened was the tax base shrunk. And yesterday or so, I think it was yesterday, the day before, she got on television again and said, please come back. As if, picking up and moving to another state is just a minor inconvenience. I don't know where we get these people. I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, well, I do, because I worked with politicians for years. And well, the less said about the better, the better. Because I can't even think. I met one decent politician and he died, so I guess it was too much for him. It's very strange, isn't it? The kind of people we get these days. And as I said, this is not a partisan thing. This is not a political party thing. It's just weird. So let's see. Let's do some unfinished business here. I'm going to put up a little bit extra light for just 1 second, because this is the book that I mentioned a while ago. It's the new book that I have out. Nice cover, I think. And it's from 1930, and I restored it and put it back out. Let's get this off my face here. Come on. There you go. And it's a wonderful little book on fortune telling, which is not the same as divination, which is what we do here with tarot cards, but it's a very a nice little book, and it's just $9.99. I couldn't in good conscience charge more than that, because it's so slim, but it's a marvelous little book, and I highly recommend it. And if you are looking for a nice little gift to give people who are interested in this kind of stuff, this is that kind of stuff. So go for that, right? Because it's a nice little book. Back in the days when people did things like that and made books. Why is my screen so dark? Well, it doesn't matter as long as I can read who's going to be calling. The weather is getting nice again. The birds are returning. It's always a great sign in New York to hear the birds coughing in the morning. And we survived St. Patrick's Day yesterday with a minimum of bloodshed. And then, that's usually a very scary night to go out. Bartenders call it amateur night. Years ago, I saw, just before St. Patrick's Day, the night before, in a saloon I was frequenting, they took out all the tables and chairs. And I said, oh, wow, you're expecting that many people that you don't have room for the tables and chairs. And the manager said, no, it's just bring your own weapons. Give you a rough idea of what it's like here when that happens. So let's see, what else do we have come? Oh, look, I spent the day making soap. This is my favorite. This is the menthol soap, and oh man, I love that. That's probably the reason I got into all of this in the first place. There used to be menthol soaps that were for sale. Look at the size of that. That's a beauty, isn't it? If only you could smell it. And years and years and years ago, you had Colgate and Williams. They made a menthol shaving soap for just a couple of bucks, and now they don't. Well, this is mine, and I made it for me, and then I realized it was so good, I might as well just package it and market it, and it sells quite well. But as you know, I've had a lot of distractions in the last couple of months, so the supply was down, but now it's all back. I spent the last couple of days in the lab, meaning the kitchen, and I whipped up a whole bunch of soap. The regular soap, the soap for the ladies, and my absolute personal favorite, the one I just used before coming on tonight, the menthol soap. Menthol shave soap, it just feels so good. And it gets me revved up and ready to do the show. So that's kind of like a tradition I have that goes all the way back to last year, which didn't do me much good because I missed a whole bunch of shows. But like I said, I'm back now. And I think I'll stick around again for a while. If you are interested in knowing what I do, if you're new around here, this is show number 425 today, by the way, 425. You can get over to mojoacademy.org and you'll see a bunch of books that I've got, books and records and DVDs and things like that, old media, you know. And there's also magic-works.com, which is well over 100 pages of great esoteric occult knowledge, and some interesting movies and some fun stuff. And I certainly recommend my site highly, not just because it's my site. And I made it to be as interesting to me as I thought it would be to other people. So give it a shot because there's so much there. Now here's something a lot of people don't realize, and I don't blame them because they don't come out and say it very often. But these sites, my websites, mojoacademy.org, magic-works.com, the 10 Lost Books of the Prophets.com, these are actually set up not like websites, but blogs. So you can comment there. You can converse with me. You can contact me right there. There's also a contact page if you want to contact me. I can't believe I'm going to call email the old-fashioned way, but there you go, right? It is. And you can do that too. But if there's anything that strikes your fancy at my web pages, don't be shy. Comment. I'll engage with you. Communication is what I do. Looking back on my life, I realized years ago that almost everything I was involved in professionally dealt with communication, which is fascinating. Maybe that's because I came from a family that never listened to me, but they should have, right? I got the last laugh, you know. They didn't realize that I would one day get paid for standing on a stage to just talk to people. That was fun. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed being part of the stand-up comedy scene of the 80s. See, that was the last gasp of it before anybody could claim that they're a professional comedian simply by making a popular TikTok video. There's a definite skill involved. You know, years ago, Buddy Hackett, the great comic Buddy Hackett, you probably know only as a bizarre fat guy on YouTube who tells jokes. He chastised Johnny Carson, somebody else you probably don't remember or heard of or read in the history books, for taking young comedians and putting them on The Tonight Show and getting them into a whole career as comics before they were ready. And he was exactly right about that. There was a wonderful comic named Ronnie Shakes who they were begging to come on to The Tonight Show, and he wouldn't do it. He said he didn't think he was ready. And he waited a couple of years, and as soon as he went back, he said, now I'm ready. And his first appearance on the Carson Show just blew everybody away. Just blew them away. In fact, the next week, he was in the annual compilation show. He was that good. Now, unfortunately, he passed away quite young, but that's the way you do it. You wait until you're absolutely ready. I saw one young comic who I was backstage at the MTV half-hour comedy hour thing years ago when I was a publicist. And this poor sap who nobody ever heard of before and nobody ever heard of again, he got out in front of a TV camera and his opening line was, "I can't believe I made it. Now I can quit my day job." Yeah, well, don't, okay? Just don't. It takes a lot more skill to do that. But, it's, you want to do anything, you want to do it right. That's the way to go. So here we are. We're going to do some tarot reading right. I'm going to be remarkably brief in my comments today because I want to get more readings in. I'm just so happy that I replenished all that soap. This is really my favorite shaving soap, and the problem is, you see, it's so good that I get such a close shave. I only need to shave every other day, and I want to shave every day. I'm robbing myself of 50% of the fun. But you can, if you go over to my website, you'll find links to my eBay store where there's a lot of good stuff there. And I have a special going on now. My book on how to shave the old-fashioned way with none of the old-fashioned hassles. And believe me, using an old-fashioned straight razor used to be a chore. But there's ways around that, and I detail them in my book. It's you'll know it when you see it. But if you get over to my eBay store, there's a sign there that will tip you off. Because right now, I've got a very special offer going for just a few of you, where you buy the book, and I will include a razor pattern after a barber pole. It tickled my fancy. Now, I'm including that free. That's a $10 value right there. So, you're essentially getting the book free if you do that. So keep that in mind. It's a modern way to an old-fashioned shave, is the book called. You'll find it at eBay, and you'll find it with that offer. So please avail yourself of that, because a good, close shave with a good homemade shaving soap is a joy. It's a real joy. It's not a chore at all. It's a joy. So we're all shaved up. I was about to say I'm so scatterbrained these days. I learned something very important today. I learned that if you use salt instead of sugar, you're going to ruin your coffee. You see, but they look alike. What can I tell you? That was just one of the first of a few silly mistakes I've made in the last few days. I was a little bit dizzy. Medical treatment left me dehydrated, and so I needed to recover from that with electrolyte solution. But it made me a little daffy. But no, the report is no. I do not like salt in my coffee. No. Throwing an awful lot of salt in a coffee used to be a way to sober somebody up after getting roaring drunk, but I don't do that anymore. I mean, I don't drink alcohol. That just lost its appeal to me. So there you go. That was probably big news. A bottling plant in New Jersey went out of business one time when I quit drinking for medical reasons years ago. So let's. This is just by way of saying I'm glad to be with you because it's fun. But don't hold it against me if I say or do something stupid. So let's because I'm kind of scatterbrained these days. Let's ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And now we'll pull back the curtain on the magical window and read the cards for Brenda in DeForest, Wisconsin. Hello, Brenda. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, Brenda. How are you tonight?
I am good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm getting better, and I'm enjoying my time with the Ask One Radio audience, which is I could do this every day if they'd let me, but they won't because people get sick of me. So what can I look at for you?
I would like to know about my love life.
Okay, let's see what we've got here. I'll shuffle them up now that we know the area to explore. There I go hiccuping again. I don't know why I've been hiccuping lately, and I still haven't been able to get any information about the purpose of hiccups. You'd think there's some kind of evolutionary advantage, but I haven't found anything. It's as useless as mosquitoes. Well, let's see. Oh, that's good. That's good. Now, did you have like a sad experience with romance lately?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's pretty much over. I just want you to know. I mean, the cards are showing it. This is the Nine of Swords, which is a card of sadness and remorse and loss. But the card before that, not the next card, is the Page of Cups. The Page of Cups is a great card for you. It's just what you want. It's the beginning of something new, emotionally and romantically. And now that's not theoretical. The Ace of Cups would be, but the Page in the court cards of tarot is the physical, actual, real manifestation of the suit that it's conveying. So there will be a nice and a healthy and a good relationship coming your way soon. It's going to be life-changing, I'll tell you that, because I've got the death card here, which is not about dying. That's about a new phase of life beginning. So that's good news. Now, there's also stuff here which you didn't ask about, but it's here, which is very positive stuff about career. Are you in the market for a new job or looking for new kinds of work?
I've been exploring my psychic abilities and
Oh, great.
that area of my life.
Well, I'll tell you why I ask is because you've got the Ace of Rods and the Page of Rods. And I just mentioned the aces are the theoretical beginning of something, and the page is the physical manifestation of it. And you just got both of those, and the rods indicate career. So that tells me that, and that combined with the death card, which says that there's life-changing things ahead for you, and in a positive way, I might add. Bad stuff is life-changing too, but there's nothing bad here. That there's good things coming for you in terms of money, because I've also got the Ace of Coins here, and this is weird. This hasn't happened since the beginning of the pandemic. I've got so many aces for people. You have the Ace of Swords, you have the Ace of Coins, and you have the Ace of Rods. That means you're coming into a period of something new in your life in terms of the swords are mental activity, so you're thinking differently, you're seeing the world differently. The Ace of Coins means money is coming your way, and the Ace of Rods means a new career opportunity is coming your way. So I think that if you're exploring going into a new line of business, this is exactly the right time for you to be doing that. This is exactly the perfect opportunity, and you've got love manifesting itself, you've got money manifesting itself, you've got career manifesting itself, and you have new way of thinking manifesting itself. I mean, you're headed for a new you. Are you working at that?
Yes, I have been.
Well, yeah, because this array of cards does not appear accidentally. So you are not only working at it, you're succeeding at it. This is very important because your whole life is changing, and it's changing for the better, and you're the one making that happen. The next card I have here for you is the Star, which is a card of hope and optimism. And now here's a little interesting warning. It's the Ten of Rods. So much is happening in your life. It's a warning not to become overburdened. That's all. I mean, there's nothing terrible about it. It's just saying, make sure that you take out some time for you, good old me time, because you're going to like what's happening so much that you're going to be mistaken for a workaholic. And that's, that is a kind of a disorder that people brag about. I can't think of any other disorder people boast about. People say, well, I'm a workaholic. That's not good, but you have so much happening in every facet of life you're going to dive in with it, into it, and relish it. Now, lest your concern is about romance again, there's the Ace of Cups. See, you've got all the aces now. You've got the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Swords, the Ace of Coins, and the Ace of Rods. That means new stuff is appearing in your life emotionally, mentally, in terms of work, and in terms of money. This is marvelous. I mean, your work is paying off. So you're in for an outstanding ride soon. And I know you're going to do well with it, because it's what you've wanted, and it's coming, and you made it come. So here, why don't we do this? You're really at the cusp of a whole new life, and you're going to enjoy it. Okay?
All right.
Thank you so much for.
Thank you so much.
Well, I enjoy giving readings like this, because it's just beautiful. So keep it up and contact me anytime along the way, and we'll take a look at a few more cards if you want. Okay?
All right.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye, Brenda.
Bye-bye.
And what a way to kick off the show. That was probably the single most positive reading I've seen in years, and in every facet of life. Now, there's only 4 aces out of 72 cards, and for all 4 of them to show up is highly significant. It signifies massive change coming, and that kind of change in life doesn't just happen. I know a lot of us want things to change. I particularly don't like change, but there's nothing we can do about it. See, there's the hiccups again. I've got to look into that. I have no idea why. I deliberately did not have a glass of ginger ale before the show started, because I don't want to have those bubbles come back on me. But man, this is so weird, isn't it? It's psychosomatic? I don't know. I once went to a doctor and I told him I was afraid I was insomniac, and he said, "Don't lose any sleep over it." You see, so I don't trust any of these things. So here we are. We're going to take another call in Atlanta, Georgia, with Garen. Hi, you're on with, or is it Jaren? I never know if it's a hard or
Hi.
soft G. Hi. Did I get your name right, or did I butcher it?
Yes. You did well.
Oh, thank you. Thanks so much. What can I look at for you tonight?
Family, finance, future. If that's okay. Or is that too much?
Have things been rough financially lately?
In a sense, yes.
Okay, because I've got a card here about money troubles. That's that's the 5 of coins, and that's 5s are very severe in tarot. So, but don't let it worry you, because it's just these are transitory. As the as a secretary, a cabinet secretary once said about inflation, but this really is. So let's see. Let's look into that a little deeper. If I can ever shuffle the cards. Look how clumsy I'm getting. What's the matter with me here? This is why I don't go to Las Vegas and become a card manipulator. Okay, here we go. Okay, well, emotionally, I'm getting cards here about love and emotions and all, but and money is here too. The 7 of coins is here. That's good. That's about things paying off for you, so you'll be okay. In fact, the complete opposite. The sun is here. That's a card about healing and health and growth and happiness. There's good things coming your way emotionally, because I've got the Queen of Cups and the 6 of Cups, and the 8 of Cups is a very important card because it shows you are walking away from things in your life that are not good for you and are not helping you, and you're walking towards things that are good, and you're going to be very successful at that. So that's very good. You're entering a period of change in your life. And here is the nature of the change again. It's the Six of Swords, which is almost the same as the Eight of Cups. It shows a person rowing a little boat and getting from rough waters to calm waters through her own efforts. So you're working pretty well at that. And here is the World, which is a card that means assured success. So, like I said, this is the money stuff is a temporary issue. I think you're going to do all right, and the problem, of course, is just getting through the rough part. But you will get through the rough part, and you'll come out okay. I'm going to shuffle the cards and take another look to see if there's one card that might sum it all up. Now we'll cut them, and here we go. This is it. This is the one. This is the High Priestess. That's you. You have spiritual power. You know that, don't you, right?
I've heard that several times.
Well, here it is. You're hearing it again. And the Eight of Coins here says that you're going to apply yourself diligently and you will make money. Okay, so see, that's why. So I get a vibe from you that tells me I'm even though you had that very bad card, the Five of Coins, which is about money troubles. I mean, let's face it, who doesn't have money troubles now? But I wasn't very concerned about that because you give that aura. Here again, the Knight of Coins. You know, all these money cards keep showing up for you. So you'll do okay. You ask about finances, you're going to be fine. How's that? Well, who put the fine in finances, right? That's you. So don't let it get you down because you're very powerful. Here's the Wheel of Fortune again that says that things are going to be changing and they're going to change for the better because the next card is the Fool. The Fool is the one who enjoys protection of the deity. Any negative cards in this reading would be wiped out by that card, the Fool. This is the Four of Rods is here. That's about a happy home. Things are going to go very well for you. So you're just part of that lull that people are in right now, but financially you'll do well. Okay. Anything else you wish to look at? We have a little time.
Family and love.
Well, the family stuff
and partnership, I'll say.
I would say that the Four of Rods answers that question because that's about a happy home, and you're making that happy home. You're going to make it happen. But let's shuffle it up and see if we get anything deeper. And we'll cut the cards. Okay, now this is pretty good. This is a nasty looking card. It's one of the worst looking cards in the deck, but it's perfect. It's the Ten of Swords. And it shows somebody lying face down in the mud with 10 swords in her back. That doesn't mean you're dead. It doesn't mean you've been killed. It means life has thrown some pretty bad stuff at you. And I could have used a stronger word, but I'm being very gentlemanly about it. And you're still here. No matter what life threw at you, you're here. The implication in that card is that the person is going to get up and get going again, and that's very good. And now here again, I cut the cards and I got the Fool again. That's twice. I rarely get that for people anyway, but to get it twice in a reading, that's beautiful. So that's just confirmation. And there's the Happy Home card again. Now this is the cards are repeating themselves, so they're telling me don't bother anymore because you're everything is going to be fine. Okay. Thank you so much for calling. I'm getting such positive, pleasant readings. It's marvelous, I think. I hope that means that the whole culture is taking a turn for the better because we went through some dark times there financially. So, keep doing what you're doing because you're really ringing that bell and you're pulling in positive energy like crazy, and that's what it takes. So thanks for calling. I've enjoyed talking to you.
Thank you.
Bye now. And this is what I really like, delivering good news. Now, how often have I delivered bad news for people here? And I would say almost never. Now, because you guys are proactive. You're not just sitting there moping around thinking how terrible things are. If something is concerning you, you call a stranger and ask for advice. So that is the first step towards fixing a situation, because first you have to recognize that there is a situation. And believe me, that puts you way ahead of most people who have no idea what's going on. They just bounce around life without any clue as to what they are manifesting and what they are doing. But once in a while, I've seen some very bad stuff in the cards for people, and I won't read that for them live here. I'll take them aside and talk to them off the air, because it can be pretty bad. But that's happened maybe twice in 14, 15 years. The rule here is positive energy, and you guys are dipped in positive energy. This is why I look, I'm going to be selfish now. I get so much out of this show. I sometimes feel I get more out of it than I put into it, because I've had some pretty rough times lately, as you may know, and I'm just getting such good vibes, good energy from everybody. I'm very moved, and I also, between shows, I hear from you, and people send me notes of encouragement, and I really appreciate that. I truly do. Allison in Aurora, Colorado is next. Hi, Allison. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Some of my favorite people in the world are from Colorado.
Right on.
Yeah, specifically, I had some wonderful friends in Grand Junction. So I have very fond feelings for Colorado. What can I look at for you tonight, Allison?
Well, I would like you to look at financially for our family.
Oh, okay. Well, the first card on the deck is a money card. The second card on the top of the deck is a money card. So that's pretty, and they're positive cards too. The Three of Coins is about a person doing a job and getting it done and being financially recognized for the work. And that leads to other things. And the Ten of Coins there, that's just happiness and completion and joy with money. There's no problems at all there. The Ace of Cups is next, which says that when this blows over, you're going to be in a wonderfully good emotional place. So this is excellent. I've got the Judgment card here. You're not involved in any kind of a lawsuit, are you?
No.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, that's scary.
not that I know of.
Oh, good. Because
I mean,
it can
I hope
mean
there's not anything coming.
No, it can mean a successful conclusion there, but what this means, the Judgment card overall, is like rebirth and getting what you deserve out of life. I mean, you're headed for, like the other people I read for tonight, you're headed for a very good period in life. And again, I have this card now 3 times, which is the Eight of Cups.
Wow.
And these cups are emotional. This is very good. Emotional well-being. That's a card about leaving the things in your life that are not working for you and going towards things that are.
Nice.
Improving your lot and succeeding at it. Now, how do you do that, right? The Magician card. You got the Magician. That card is marvelous. That means you take power from above, spiritual power, and you translate it to action here on Earth. You're a very spiritual person, correct?
Yes.
And, well, you have power. Some people who have that kind of power don't even know it, but you do. You have that power. So what I'm seeing is that financially things are going to go well. Emotionally things are going to go well. And you're going to get that which you deserve in life. Now, some people that would be scary, but not you. That isn't the problem here. You're going to do fine. Here's another coin card. This is the Queen of Coins, which means that you can understand and handle money. The Temperance card is here. That is good. If you have had some imbalance in your life, the Temperance card, which is a major card, means that balance will be restored in your life. So you're headed on these readings tonight are so dull because everybody's coming out fine, and all because of your own work, So in many ways, it's just validating how you are manifesting the improvements in your own life, and it's good. Let me see if I can get one more card here. The Ace of Rods, that tells me that there's something new coming in terms of career in your life. So if you've been thinking of making a shift in what you do for a living or retiring even, whatever there is, it's on the way. Okay, so these are very good things. The King of Rods is here too. You have the Ace and the King. It means you'll manifest these things, and you'll control your destiny in terms of work. They say you can't really control your destiny, or it wouldn't be your destiny. But yeah, we know that there are things that can be done. We who deal in the esoteric arts know that we can grab life by the horns and go. So keep doing what you're doing because you're doing well again. Here's the Page of Coins again. Money coming your way. A lot of money appearing in people's lives again. That's get that money circulating. Money's no good. There's a wonderful book about a hideous person called the Valachi Papers. It was made into a sensationalistic mob movie with Charles Bronson, but the book is fascinating because the writer is interviewing a genuine Cosa Nostra guy. And he was addressing the theory that if you borrow money from a loan shark, they're gonna break your arms and your legs. And he said that's ridiculous. If we really did things like that, who would borrow from us? He said no. The whole point about being a loan shark is you got to circulate that money. You got to keep that money moving, and we can't scare people. Now, if you really cross them, they'll be a little bit strict with you, so to speak. But as a rule, they didn't do that. Because I once knew a woman who owed money to the IRS, and she got better terms to pay it off from a loan shark than she did from the IRS. So, the money is a very funny thing, but it's useless unless you move it around. This is a card about juggling money and moving it around and getting it going. You're good with money according to this, so you'll be fine, okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you for calling, and stay in touch. I'm here every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. Bye-bye now.
Definitely. Bye-bye.
Bye. Gosh, I'm having such a ball. This is just great. Again, now, not everybody who wants a reading is going to call in, and not everybody's going to be able to call in because we only have an hour here. So I offer a free mini reading to the Ask One Radio audience. And if you'd like that, just drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net. One word, Ask Tarot, ASKTAROT, at old my internet accounts are, back when I had a steam-powered computer. And I will be happy to give you a free mini reading. Now, the thing about these mini readings is they tend to answer the question completely, doing me out of a full reading and a fee. So why not, right? Money isn't everything. Money comes in handy, don't get me wrong, but you can't do everything in life just for money, and I like to offer this. I also offer a free birth chart for people so you can get a grip on maybe things about your birth chart and what your horoscope is like. All you have to do is drop me a line. You can find these things at Ask Tarot. At asktarot@earthlink.net is how you can contact me. See, I told you I'm scatterbrained these days. Magic-works.com, MAGICK-works.com. Go to the free chart the free natal chart, the free birth chart window, and take a look at that page, because I enjoy doing those. And I'll be, it's a little bit of work, but a little bit, I mean, I'm not going to, I'm not going to blow it off. I mean, I'll put elbow grease into it for you, and it'll be very good. But it's free, and I do that as a way of repaying the audience for the wonderful, wonderful positive energy you guys always lay on me. We're all shuffled up now, and Denise in Memphis is next. Hi, Denise. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well.
Well, let's see if we can make that better, okay? What would you like to look at? Yeah, what would you... There I go, hiccuping again. I think I know why I hiccup. I think I'm allergic to myself. that's
no.
Yeah. No shots for that, right? So what would you like to look at, Denise?
My love life. Seeing, am I going to reconnect with someone in the past, or where's it going?
Okay, well, let's see. Well, I see. I had this before with somebody who asked the same question almost. I see the Nine of Swords. That's about sadness and sorrow. So a relationship didn't work out recently. Is that possible?
Correct.
Okay, well, don't let it get you down, because the next card is the Ten of Cups. And cups are about love and romance and emotional well-being, and the 10 is perfected. Happiness.
Okay.
So you're going to be okay. Yeah, this is just it's upsetting, and then it's not upsetting. It's upsetting until the next person maybe comes along. The Four of Rods is here. That's about a happy home. That's about joy, and so these things are indicating good stuff. Oh boy, this is a good card. This is the Nine of Cups. That is a card about a very sensual relationship coming. I mean, it's going to be really good, and people will be jealous of you. Trust me, people will. It's going to be that good. So
wow.
Take as much time as you need to get over the relationship that didn't work out. Feel sorry for the poor sap who lost you, because you're according to these cards, you're a catch. You're real good. Wow. So look at that. You asked me a question, a specific question, and this is the Six of Cups. Cups again, romance. What does the Six of Cups mean? That means there's a chance of you reconnecting with somebody from the past. That's exactly what you asked me, isn't it?
I did. It is exact. Yeah.
The cards love you. The cards love you. So
obviously,
you're headed for a great time, Denise. You're going to do really well. Okay. Don't let it get you down, because I see good stuff, and I mean really good stuff coming in the near future. Okay.
That's awesome.
Beautiful.
Thank you for that.
My pleasure. Thank you for calling. Let's see if we can get one more call in. Chris in Englewood, Florida is next. Hi, Chris. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi. How are you tonight?
How are you?
Chris? Oh, I'm doing well. And you?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay.
Well, let's see if we can make that better. What can I look at for you?
Thank you. I need some direction. That being physical, as far as where to go, and who to be with.
Oh, okay. That's let's see if I can find anything about that. Now, oddly enough, if you're being literal about going like north, south, east, west, there's ways of looking at that. I just don't have the luxury of doing that in a short reading here. There's actually very good news here. The Ten of Swords is here. I had that earlier. That's about life throwing bad stuff at you, but you're going to get up and you've survived it. So that's good. The World is here. That's a card of assured success. The Eight of Swords says that you're not particularly sure, you feel restricted. You're not particularly sure which way to go, but that was implied in your question. And then the Sun is here, which is about healing and health and growth and happiness and all kinds of good stuff. So I wouldn't sweat it because the bad stuff is going out of the way. Now here's the Lovers card. Okay, that's pretty good. That's that can be taken literally as a new relationship beginning, but usually it means you're going to face a choice in life. Given the nature of the cards around it and your question, I'm going to take it more literally. That this means that there is a good relationship coming your way. Okay.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get any more, any details on that. I'll shuffle them up one more time. And there we go. Oh, the Page of Cups is here. See, that's the beginning of a new relationship and a good one, and it's excellent. You're headed for some very good times. The Seven of Cups is here. The Seven of Cups is it means you'll have a lot of choices. A lot of people don't like that card. Personally, I'd rather have a lot of choices than no choices, because you can always winnow those down. But yeah, you're doing fine. Now, the key to all this is you. This is the Six of Swords here. That's a card of mental activity, of you getting from rough waters to smooth waters through your own efforts. So once again, and this seems to be the theme tonight, you are going to get what you want out of life because you're working at it and you're propelling yourself towards it. So that's absolutely your own doing, and you're going to do well at it. The Temperance card is here. That's a card of balance being restored in your life. And the Sun is here again. So that means definitely there's healing and growth and happiness in your future. So you've got a great set of cards here. And again, now this is the third, if not fourth time tonight I've had this for somebody. That is the Eight of Cups, about a person walking away from all the things in life that are not working for her and walking towards the things that are good for her. So you're manifesting this, and you're going to succeed. I have no doubts about that. Okay.
Thank you. That's exactly what I needed to hear. That really does help a lot. You have no idea.
Well, the companion card to that is here. That's the Six of Swords. I had that earlier also. That's about going from rough waters to smooth waters through your own efforts. So, these are your cards, and they're reflecting what you're doing. And that's what I love about tarot, is that it can reinforce people's feeling. So keep that in mind. If you hit a speed bump in life, go back to the Ask One Radio archive and listen to your reading at the end of the March 17th show. Sorry, the March 18th show. 17th is St. Patrick's Day. Yeah, today's the 18th.
Yeah.
And definitely listen to that, because you've got very positive results coming your way. And here's the happiest card in the deck, the Ten of Cups. So there you go. You got it made. Thank you for calling. I've got to run now.
Thank you. Bless you. Have a good night. Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the show that asks the question, what is the question we ask? We ask every question. All sorts of questions get asked, and they get answered, too. That's the key. Sometimes I feel like I used to ask a lot of questions when I was a little boy. I made my father blanch one time. My father had the most beautiful pocket watch. I love pocket watches. It was very slim. It was a platinum case. It was square, and the watch was in the center of the square and had glass on the front and the back. So you could see the movement and all the rubies. It was the most beautiful pocket watch I ever saw. And I must have been about 4 or 5 years old. And I asked my father if I could have that when he was dead. That kind of put a crimp in our relationship. I don't think I was ever very tactful, but I've been asking questions ever since, and I ask the big questions. If you want the answers to the questions, you can get over to mojoacademy.org and look at my book, which is also at the eBay store, where you can place a bid and get it for less. Reverend Elliot Explains It All. That is a rather pompously titled book, but it is my attempt to delve into the mysteries of life. I'm hiccuping again like Foster Brooks, you know. Those of you who remember Foster Brooks will know what I'm talking about. But there it is. It's screwy. So remember to get to my website, magic-works.com, magick-works.com, and request your free birth chart. I don't save your information, by the way. I'm not interested in your information. Your information is your information. I don't keep your email address. I don't keep anything about you. I simply do the birth chart. And if you like the free one, I have a 25-page one I can do for you for a little bit of money. But go for the free one. That's what I do. I give them the choice between spending money and getting it free. What do you think, right? Get it free. So that's at magic-works.com, magick-works.com. So I'll see you again next week. Until we get together again, remember, folks, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio. Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Oracle Buffet with Heather Carmona. Live from PsychicAstrologyWI.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Oracle Buffet on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another edition of the Oracle Buffet, brought to you by yours truly, Heather Carmona, A1R Psychic Radio, and of course, the whole universe. Today, I decided to kind of do something a little different just because it's been coming up a lot lately. But we're going to talk about shadow work today. Shadow work and astrology, shadow work in your birth chart. But wait, let's talk about some sponsors before we get into that. We're sponsor of the day, High Class Grass, highclassgrass.com on Amazon, eBay, Walmart, TikTok. Plant-based company owned by myself and my business partner. And we're actually kind of like going to start doing some different stuff here where we're testing different products and we're giving our reactions to the different plant-based products. So if you're on a plant-based journey, like I have been for the past 13 years, or you just want to try like some new healthier snacks, check us out on one of those platforms where we post reviews about plant-based snacks. And eventually we're going to include them in our subscription plant-based snack boxes that we're working on putting together. But anyway, that's one order of business. Second order of business, our second sponsor of the day is Lighthouse Center, lighthousecenterinc.org. That is my grandmother's meditation center in Whitmore Lake, Michigan. If you're in the area, stop by and see it, or check them out online. I know they do some online stuff. Anyway, go to a meditation, go to a class, whatever your heart desires, but check them out. And then, I just felt like doing show and tell, because does anyone remember in grade school when you had show and tell? It was like the best day ever, I think, anyway. So today I'm going to show you a gift I got from the universe. This was a while back. I actually found this. I found it at a holistic fair, and we tried to search for the owner. No one claimed it, but anyway, long story short, I ended up with it. But isn't that cool? It's a druzy quartz amethyst skull head. But it's one of my most prized possessions that I was gifted from the universe. I don't know. It's just fascinating to me. It's got the different holes in it. It's got the amethyst on one side. I found it at a very pivotal point in my journey. I don't want to talk about that necessarily on here, but it has a lot of meaning to me. And I just wanted to share it with you guys. I haven't named him, although I probably should, or her. I probably should. But anyway, this is my druzy skull quartz. And if I brought this into a grade school, I'd probably get kicked out. But that's why I'm showing it here on Psychic Radio, where it's probably welcome and not at the old elementary school. So anyway, here it is for you to admire. That's my show and tell for the day. Have a great day, guys. I'm kidding. Anyway, enough show and tell. Let's talk about shadow work. So, shadow work is like a popular key term that you might have heard. You might be involved in some shadow work now. But basically, I believe it goes back to Carl Jung, the psychologist or psychotherapist. But basically, and it could go back even further than that. Shadow work is when we work on the parts of ourselves that we deny and that we repress and that we don't really want to acknowledge. So your shadow is the quote-unquote ugly parts of you, the parts that you would rather not face, the parts that you'd rather not deal with, the parts that you try and hide from the world and hide from yourself as well. And when you work on your shadow, it opens up all sorts of doors throughout your whole life, because what a lot of people don't realize is how much your shadow holds you back. It's like trying to keep it in this box, your shadow, the parts of you that you don't like. and you're like holding the box down, and like it's coming out. Like you can't contain your shadow. It's gonna sabotage you if you don't deal with it. And that's what happens a lot, myself included. I've been on a long journey of shadow work, and I'm still there. You're never gonna be done until you're pushing up daisies. And maybe in the next life there's an even bigger shadow. But anyway, yeah, your shadow is the parts of yourself that you deny and repress. And I've been doing a lot of shadow work readings lately for astrology. So I've been looking at people's birth charts, and we're talking about their shadow within their astrology readings. And there's a number of different ways to go about this. I'm going to talk about some of the ways I go about this, and also tell you that I am offering shadow work readings. If you're interested, visit my site, send me a message. I'd love to look at your shadow with you, help you deal with it. But anyway, so your shadow. One of the places I like to look for your shadow in your birth chart is Saturn. Saturn is infamous because it's the planet of limitations, it's a planet of structure, it's a planet of discipline. But when it comes to shadow, to me, it's the parts that we don't really like to deal with. It's kind of where we turn a blind eye to things, at least I do. But pretty much everyone I've dealt with does too, with their charts as well. They like to turn a blind eye to their Saturn. So Saturn is the parts of us where we have a lot of karma from our past lives come in, but it's where we have a lot of lessons to deal with and a lot of structure to create, discipline to create. It's where our work is in this lifetime. So that's part of the shadow, is dealing with that work, dealing with the consequences of your Saturn and of your past lives. And it's not fun to deal with. And that's why, to me, it's part of the shadow, because we have a tendency to deny and repress it. So, for example, we'll say you got Saturn in the first house. Your shadow is pretty much putting yourself out there or not putting yourself out there. A lot of times most times people with Saturn in the first house, they're ashamed of who they are, either physically or their personality. So they hide. But part of the shadow with Saturn in the first house, for example, there's plenty of placements for Saturn, is learning to put yourself out there more and learning to be okay with your identity and your appearance and who you are. And when you do that, your shadow kind of starts to disappear or move somewhere else, perhaps. So Saturn in your birth chart is a good place to start to look for your shadow, one of the components of it. And shadow can be a bunch of different things. So we're going to talk about the rest of them. But anyway, to me, Saturn is definitely one of the big parts of your shadow, because it's where a lot of work is in your in this lifetime that you have to deal with, that we really don't want to have to deal with. So Saturn, part 1. Okay, part 2, in my eyes, is your south node. So if anyone knows anything about astrology, your north node is like your north star. It's the direction your soul is trying to grow in this lifetime. It's what you're learning. Some people call it your life purpose or life direction. You can call it a bunch of different things. I think we all have different life purposes, or more than one. Anyway, your north node is how your soul is trying to grow in this lifetime. Your south node is the opposite, which is where you're coming from, your past life stuff, where your comfort zone is. So that's where part of the shadow is, in my opinion, is in the south node, in that this is what your soul is trying to move away from in this lifetime. So we're going to take myself, for example. My south node is in Scorpio. One of the things with the south node in Scorpio is self-sabotage. I have been known to sabotage myself more than once because it's my comfort zone. And I'm not saying it's right, wrong, good, or bad. I mean, it's not fun, but we all have our own things that we came to learn. And so self-sabotage is part of the shadow that I've had to deal with myself, and getting away from that, learning that it's okay to go the opposite way, which is stability, growth, peace, calm. That's a big part of the shadow that I've had to deal with. And you have a south node in your chart too. It's whatever the opposite of your north node is. That you have a shadow there as well that you've been dealing with and that you've been trying to get away from in this lifetime. So the south node, in my opinion, is one of the other places to find your shadow in your birth chart. All right, Chiron. Chiron is one of the next places I like to look for your shadow. Chiron is what's called the wounded healer in astrology. we all have a set of wounds. A lot of times one wound are core wounds, but there's a lot of related wounds that go along with that. So let's say your wound is tied to the third house. So siblings, neighbors, learning, thinking, communicating. They're all the same themes to these wounds. But anyway, with these wounds, we all get damaged. And then it's our job to learn to heal ourselves in these wounds. And when we heal our wounds the best we can, we become a healer ourselves. Anyway, a lot of times people don't want to look at their Chiron as part of their shadow because it hurts to look at that. That's where you were, quote unquote, damaged most in this lifetime. So it's hard for you to look at your wounds and face it. So let's say you had some abuse or something happen in this lifetime, which I know there's a lot of you out there that have, myself included. But anyway, you had some abuse that happened in this lifetime and it caused you a lot of pain and you bandaged up the best you could around it. But anyway, you have a tendency, a lot of people have a tendency to repress that pain, to not think about it, but then it becomes your shadow and it ends up sabotaging you unless you deal with it. So Chiron in your birth chart is another place to look for your shadow and to learn how you can deal with the parts of yourself that you repress, that you deny. It's one of the best places to look for your shadow, essentially. Finally, last but not least, we are going to talk about Lilith. Lilith in your chart is where you rebel. It's where you deny your sexuality. It's where you want to be different. That too can be considered your shadow. It's like the taboo things that maybe that you're into that you don't want to talk to other people about because of fear of judgment. So you repress, you deny them, you hide them. So we got Saturn, we got your South Node, we got Chiron, and we have Lilith. And to me, I think, depending on the other astrologer, there's other astrologers, other opinions out there, I'm sure. But in my experience with doing hundreds, if not thousands of readings at this point, is that these are the four main components of your shadow. And when you deal with your shadow, it lightens your life up completely. Like, think about it like hauling around weights. You got a weighted backpack, you got weights in your boots, you got weights all over the place. That's your shadow because you're denying it and you're holding on to it. When you start to work with your shadow, you start to release those weights and life becomes easier. You vibrate higher because your weight isn't being held back by your shadow. So shadow work is extremely important for raising your vibration, creating more of what you want in life, because whether it's justified or not, those negative feelings from a core wound or abuse or whatever happens, they're negative thoughts. And the universe doesn't care if you're justified or not. It just hears negative thoughts, so it brings more negative thoughts. So when you deal with your shadow, you're dealing with a lot of that negativity. Anyway, that time went really fast. I didn't get to touch on everything I was going to talk about, but that's okay. Feel free, book a reading with me on my site, psychicastrologywi.com, if you want to talk about your shadow. I'd love to talk to you. Anyway, thank you very much for tuning in, guys. It's been a wonderful day, and we will see you next week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Understanding Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Understanding Spirit. I'm your host, Mary. I hope you're all doing really well. and getting ready for your weekend. I hope you've all got something nice lined up, even if it's not doing anything, even if we're just, wanting to just do nothing sometimes is all we really need for a break for the next week. But whatever you are wanting for yourself, I wish you well for your weekend and also going forward. If you've watched the show before, you'll know we're doing a 3-card pull now. If you haven't, I want you to just take an opportunity to see whether you gravitate to card 1, 2, or 3, and just pick one. And remember, this is a collective reading, and just see the messages where you can place them in your life. It might not even be right now that you need the message. You might need it a little bit, down the track, or you might find it can be relevant for somebody else that you know, so you can pass that on. Sometimes we are the messengers. Okay, so if you are drawn to card 1, this is your card. It's Conscious Steps, and it also has written here considered action and looking forward. When I'm tuning into this card, I also feel like there could be some people around you that maybe, you feel like you can't trust completely, or maybe there's some people, the saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. I feel like there is, just to tread carefully right now. I feel like there could also be pursuit of bigger things in your life. So going forward, tread carefully even with that. You are being called to evolve. Whether it's spiritually or in the physical, could be work related. So just place it in your life for where it is relevant. If you've picked card 2, it's this one here, which is mindfulness. Now it's also got here peaceful presence and a quiet mind written on the bottom. With this card, I feel there could be some of you that maybe might be getting bullied, or you might find that there are people talking about you behind your back, things like that. I just feel like you need to just kind of get back on your feet and just gain some strength. Don't let this kind of take you down. Just sort of let things go, and don't worry about what's dragging you down. Spirit is saying make space too in your mind. Think about greater things that are coming to you. Don't sort of clog your mind up with things that don't serve you well. Okay. If you have been drawn to card 3, it is this one here, which is creation. It's also got written here soul expression and something new. Okay, when I look at this card too, I feel like I've been drawn, if somebody this could have something to do with people that do tattoos, it could have something to do with anyone that's doing drawing or creating something. I feel like, it's not bad. If somebody makes fun of you or makes out like what you're doing is not right, don't buy into it. Just, don't be distracted. Just stay on your purpose and stay with what you want to create. And also, I feel like I need to say, don't fall into bad habits. Some of you might start something and not finish it, or not pursue it further. So just keep going for it. Just seek some clarity, right? If you're not happy with something, figure out how you can make it better, all right? But don't let anyone hold you back, okay? Now, I have, my caller is Melissa. Hello, Melissa.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, honey. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
That's good. You have such a beautiful energy coming through.
Thank you.
How can I help you today, Melissa?
So my life's been kind of crazy. It feels like it's one hit after another. So I'm just wondering when it's going to stop, and about my brother.
Your brother. Okay. All right. Now, is your brother alive?
One is, yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. I'm going to start with you, and we'll see how we go. All right. Look, I do feel like you have had like conflict in the past. I do feel like you've had some lack of direction. I feel like there have been betrayals, some backstabbing. I feel like you've been overburdened and overloaded with problems. I do feel that you are an honest person and you like people to be honest as well. And there have been, with lack of direction, I also, in the past, I feel like you've also been going through like lack of trust for people as well. Does that make sense for you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. Look, I do feel like I need to tell you there are to watch out for any unexpected changes. It could be financial. This could also have to do with health as well. If with finances, I'm being told to tell you to hang on to your money and to like save your money. And I'm also, you know, you may feel like you're being isolated. You might feel like you're struggling, but there is good news for you. Okay, whatever you start to go through, it's going to be temporary. All right. Now, temporary for us and temporary for spirit is a different timeline. Okay, so you know, they don't have time, we have time that we need to deal with. All right, so just focus on keeping yourself well, focus on keeping your finances under control. Okay, I do see you being independent financially. I see financial success, independent wealth for you. I'm seeing the Wheel of Fortune from the tarot cards, and I feel like you're coming out on top. All right, Spirit is saying trust your own instinct. I feel like that you haven't trusted yourself in the past, but they're saying, you know, start to tune in more into that, because you do have that in abundance. You just don't always allow that to guide you. Okay, the challenges that, you know, may come for you, Spirit is saying you can face them. Don't worry about what comes up. You're going to be fine. All right. They're also saying you need to release yourself from pain and overcoming any depressing thoughts and anything, and also forgiveness. They're talking about you need to find that not just for yourself, also for others. This could also have to do with your brother. They're saying growth sometimes means you got to leave certain things behind. Sometimes you need to even leave people behind. All right, but you will get everything that you want. Don't judge yourself. I am also seeing the Empress in my card and pregnancy. Are you looking to get pregnant, or do you know anyone around?
My daughter just found out she's pregnant again.
Oh, congratulations. That's fantastic.
Thank you.
All right. Look, there will be fruition around you. I just see, and also as you move forward, also you're going to gain a lot of wisdom as you go. All right. So with every new step, there's going to be, more, you finding out more stuff about yourself and also about other people. Now, I am getting like also a lot of hiding things, deception, and that you need to be careful, also of seeing things that maybe aren't there, when we let our minds sort of, run away with us. So, just think about that. Does that make sense for your brother?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
So my brother passed away, homeless, and he didn't ever reach out to me and my other brother, and we found out the day after Thanksgiving 2 years ago, and had to cremate him. But he chose to be homeless. That was his lifestyle, so we just had to sit back and wait.
Okay. Look, he's I can hear a male voice. It could be your brother. I'm just going to give you the message, okay? He's saying to me, just let me tell you how it is. He's saying he's around you, he's watching over you, but he can't really do anything to help you other than to give you a gentle nudge, he's also, this is your brother, because he just went, shh, don't tell them everything, sis, about me. Did he call you sis?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, okay, that's your brother. All right. He's saying have faith and just trust yourself, right? You're gonna be okay going forward, all right? And he's saying get off the merry-go-round, all right? Saying, he was on that merry-go-round in his mind until he chose to get off, and he's saying, and then he just didn't care. He actually, while most people would not choose to be homeless, he's saying he had less problems. So he was happy to be like that. His life was free. It's not for everyone, he's saying, but he wants you to know that, he was happy when he passed. And he's also happy, on the other side, okay? Did he make always the best decisions? He's saying no, but, you need to know that he's okay and that he's happy. And at the end of the day, that you're going to be happy. He is watching over everyone, and he's also saying he's watching with excitement about the new baby as well, all right? And he's saying you don't have to worry about him not knowing the baby. He knows the baby already, okay?
Okay.
All right. Good luck with everything,
you.
Melissa. All right. Take care. Bye.
Have a good night.
I will. You too, honey.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you on a somewhat disappointing evening in the city of New York. Disappointing because just not even an hour ago, there was thunder crackling across the sky, and I was so inspired, I put on the 1931 film Dracula. It's a little stagey, but wow, is that effective. But now it's just calm out there. I've lost my thunder. Well, men my age are likely to complain about things like that, but in any case, it was a good background, and I would have loved to hear that. There used to be when the show would happen on New Year's Eve, it was always wonderful to be able to hear the screaming that goes on in the area here. Because I live in the Times Square area where they claim a couple of million people gather to cheer in the new year, but I don't think it's that many people at all. But it sounds good. Well, this is the third week in a row that I'm here, so I think changes are afoot. I'm trying very hard in many ways to maintain a schedule because I'm retired. I'm now living alone. Not a choice I made, but it happens. It's a tragic choice, but it's a thing, And it's very odd to get accustomed to this. One of the things you may know from seeing and listening to The Magical Window is that I'm a rather talkative person, and I now live alone, which is kind of eerie. So I have a feeling that I'm overloading people with emails in order to induce a simulacrum of talk. But I think I'll grow used to this eventually. I'm glad to be doing this because I mean, aside from constant medical treatment, there's nothing else I have to do, really. So today I did manage to pack up some soap to mail. Now there's something interesting, some of you know that I make and sell shaving soaps. Only 5% of men use these things. They use, a little brush and a mug and whip up soap. But when inflation hit like 10% a few years back, the three top selling brands of very inexpensive shaving soap went away. They must have been working on a very slim profit margin, and the inflation killed it. So we were left with nothing but expensive soaps, and I decided to take action. I used to make things on my own anyway. I made my own incense for years. I can still do that. I just haven't thought of doing it in a while. I compound my own oils. I don't make the oil, but I combine the various ingredients for magical oils. The incense were fun. I could make loose incense or I could make a cone. That was easy to do. You just use a sort of gum arabic kind of thing, powder, and there's wonderful stuff to make on your own. We've lost the homemade aspect of so much of our lives, and I'd like to bring it back. So I decided for myself to just make shaving soap because I didn't want to get ripped off for expensive shaving soaps, since that's the way I've shaved for years. And then I figured, why not sell it? And I put it up on eBay, and it's not putting me in a new tax bracket, but it certainly is. It's selling, and I have to hit the post office in a day or so to send out another package of soap. It's just something I enjoy doing, and at this point in my life, there isn't that much joy in aside from things like that. I don't want to be morose about it, but I've been through an awful lot, and I'm trying to adjust to it, and I'm trying to see what I can do and see how life changes. Because one thing is sure in this life is that life changes, and I've been through a lot of stuff before, but never anything like this. So this is why, and I'm only dwelling on it right now because I have gotten so much support from Ask One Radio listeners who contacted me with condolences and with advice, and no advice is rejected. Believe me on that one. I'm not an expert here. Even on Twitter, I get a lot of emotional support from people I don't know. It's just, it's nice. I have gotten nothing negative from anybody, and I don't expect I will, because I don't put out negativity that I'm aware of. I guess that's one of those things that's better left for other people to decide. But I try to keep life positive, and that's what we're about here. That's what the tarot cards can do. They can help us to see what's going on in the world and in our lives and what's coming up. They've got a bad rap from sensationalistic movies, but no, they're not. There's nothing out of the ordinary here. I mean, this, like, look at it. There's a card. It's kind of an ugly card. It's got a person lying face down in the mud with 9 swords in his back. But that's a good card, because what that card means is that the worst is over. That that person lying there is expected to get up, and that person will get up, and we'll start over again and continue, because life can sometimes throw its worst at us. You know what I'm talking about. We've all been through things that my vocabulary is not vulgar enough to allow me to say how I feel about it. I'm kind of old school that way, so I keep the vulgarities to a minimum. But it's an interesting week we had here. We had a few people throwing inept bombs around the city. This is not something that happens here every day. They came from Pennsylvania to throw bombs in New York City. That's absolutely ridiculous. And of course, they fizzled. The news is telling us how everybody's on edge and afraid and scared. I haven't run into anybody terrified. As far as I can see, the city is still the same. It's a strange city, let me tell you that. But it's getting warm now. We're no longer freezing. I went out the other day, and to my horror, I saw there were no snowbanks. So that's good. That's good. That was the new mayor's plan, to get rid of the snow. It didn't involve shoveling. It involved spring. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that one. This is, don't get me started on that one. I used to be very plugged into the political scene here, which is one of the reasons I'm not very big on the political scene. You run a newspaper for 20 years, you're going to get to meet a lot of these people and see what they really are like. And it is not pretty. So, again, we're going to soon enter a period of positivity, because people can only handle so much negativity, and then they decide to change the way things are done. I'm hiccuping a little because I broke one of the broadcast rules. I had a glass of ginger ale before the show, and now it's going to come back on me. So what can I tell you? I got a new book out, which I didn't have the sales moxie to show you. I left it in the kitchen, and I'm here now in the studio. So no, but it's an interesting book from 1930. It's a slim book, so it's only $9.99. No, it's about folklore involving fortune telling. You can read it and learn how to do your own fortune telling, and then you don't have to listen to me anymore. This is not fortune telling, by the way. That's something that every now and then somebody who's a card reader, as am I and have been since the 80s, and you'd think I'd be fed up with it by now, wouldn't you? But no, it never fails to surprise me. There are communities around the country that have ordinances against fortune telling, and they'll arrest you, and they'll charge you, and they'll ticket you, and then there'll be a lawsuit, and the lawsuit will throw out the fortune telling law, because technically this is not fortune telling. This is divination. Look that word up sometime. There's a vast difference. It's interpreting words too, and words and pictures. It speaks symbolically and pictorially. I mean, there's a pretty picture right there, and it's a nice card, and it tells a lot. It says things. It's part of the First Amendment's freedom of religion too, by the way. But it's not fortune telling. I mean, it's not this, you're going to meet a tall, dark stranger. Wasn't that a Woody Allen movie that nobody saw? Yeah. That's not how it works, because I've got a shock for people. Every time you leave the house, you're going to encounter strangers. So these things have a built-in life of their own. And so what we do with the magical window, which is what I call tarot, is we look at events that are unfolding that we don't see yet. A perfect example of this is at the end of 2019, I started getting reading after reading after reading after reading for people that indicated new beginnings. And all I could figure was that something was going to come to a massive crashing ending, and new beginnings will begin. And then, of course, the pandemic hit. It hit me too, and I was utterly amazed that a person tinkering around in a lab in China with a virus can get me here in the middle of Hell's Kitchen in New York City sick. That was a lot of fun. That was the most frightening disease I ever had. Not the most aggravating disease I've ever had, but it was horrifying. I had tremendous hallucinations. I don't ever want to do that again. One of the things that I find frightening in life is the concept of losing your mind, which, of course, when it happens, you don't know it happened, but I could see it was happening, and it was terrible. And in the grip of these hallucinations, I said some very nasty things to my wife, who understood. She understood. She didn't get sick, by the way. She never got sick. She just, I mean, the one time I saw her physically sick was the hour in which she died. I mean, she was just gifted with a very strong immune system, I suppose. But I never saw her get a cold. I never saw her get the flu. None of that. None. It came to me, the sap who says to every bacteria, come on in, the water's fine. But the cards showed me that something was radically wrong, and things were coming to an end, and new beginnings were happening. And the pandemic, it became a mark of, like a road marker where people's lives did change. Some of them ended, but man, it was awful. It was just awful. But I was still flabbergasted by the idea that somebody could mess around with stuff in a lab in China, and it comes knocking on the door and says, and knocks me out for a long time. Now, I was lucky because my physician had gotten this a month or so before I did. And being a physician, when he went to the hospital, they didn't ignore him. they treated him. And he treated me with the same therapies that they treated him, and it got me through. That was a stroke of luck, and I'm sorry that my doctor was sick, but I'm glad I was able to benefit from it. And I just wish there wasn't this double standard. If you suspect that medical people get treated better by other medical people, you might be right. So anyway, here we are, coming up on the Ides of March. And that puts me in a Shakespearean mood, but I dast not recite. I won't put you through that. Life is tough enough. I do have a couple of favorite sonnets, but we will put the kibosh on that because this is not show business. I spent too many years in that racket to want to drag it into this. So let's get into the readings now that I've been babbling for 16 minutes or so. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times to declare that we are entering a sacred space in which we can investigate the paranormal. And we'll pull back the curtain on the magical window. I'm about to sneeze. Don't you hate that feeling? And for Samantha in Victoria, Australia. Hi, Samantha. How are you doing halfway around the world?
Not too bad.
Hello?
No.
Are you coming through? You hear me, I am assuming.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So how are you tonight? Or this afternoon in your case, right?
Afternoon, yeah.
What would you like me to look at for you?
I'm not sure.
Oh, well, you called me, So what would you... That's okay. Take your time. I mean, the public speaking is probably the thing that most people dread the most. So I shouldn't mention that, but yeah, you are speaking in front of an awful lot of people. So whatever you want to look at, let me know, and I'll take a look through the magical window to see what we find out. How's that?
Yeah, relationship, I guess.
Well, what was that?
Relationship.
Oh, relationship. Okay. Yeah, well, let's take a look. Cards are good for that. That used to be the number one thing I would get asked about was relationships. But I could always tell when the economy was in trouble because then it would be money. So I'm hoping that this is a sign that we're coming out of that. Let's shuffle them up one more time. And... well, the King of Cups is here. Cups are about emotions and relationships. So that's a good start. The King of Cups is a person who has mastered his or her emotions. And the Three of Cups is here. That's another one. Now, here's the King of Coins. This is going to be an egotistical interpretation, but everybody has a card that relates to them personally, which is called their significator, and it's based on your age and your month and year and all that of birth. And that's my card. So that would be you and me talking. The Three of Cups is a good card in that it augurs. Are you in the market for a new relationship?
No.
Pardon?
No.
No? Because if you're in a relationship now, this refers to a relationship that it could be reaching a very good new level. So are you with somebody at the moment?
Yeah, I've been for 15 years.
Okay, well that's good. So that tells me that the Three of Cups is that it's a harmonious, balanced, good relationship. And here's the Page of Cups. You see, that tells me that it's a relationship that feels fresh and new to you still. So that's good. Enjoy it because these kind of things are what make life very important for me, and I trust for other people too. We are social creatures, and before social media, we were very affable social creatures. Social media, which I have pretty much escaped from, except for posting on Twitter, which I find more sedate. Things like Facebook, I was tired of getting into arguments with strangers. But here's something new. See, these are all cup cards. This is absolutely good. The Four of Cups tells me that there's something coming your way in terms of this relationship that's new but unexpected, and you haven't seen it yet. And the Six of Cups shows me that there's a great deal of contentment, sort of like a happy childhood experience. So the cards are showing that there's no speed bumps here. Your relationship is doing very well. Do you feel that?
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad. And there's nothing bad here. So that seems to be the main fear people have reading cards. But you're very well situated. Let me ask you this though: are you looking for work in any way?
Yeah.
Okay, because I've got the Ace of Rods here. That's about something new happening in terms of career. So keep an eye out for that, because that's a good sign that that it told me that you are doing that, and you're headed for a new experience in terms of work and career. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for calling. I've enjoyed speaking with you tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up again. We'll shoot halfway around the world again to the left coast, which is something a lot of people don't know this, but I have it on good authority that was an expression coined by the late, great Kinky Friedman. Abby in Portland, Oregon is next. Hi, Abby. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, Abby. How are you tonight?
I'm pretty good.
Well, maybe we can make that better. What can I look at for you?
I'd like a general reading. I have a lot going on. Just a lot of loose ends.
Okay, let me shuffle them one more time now that you've given me some input. And we'll see where the cards go. And now I'll cut them. Well, the Ten of Rods is here. That's a card of somebody who feels overburdened. Are you feeling that way?
Yes.
Okay, that's a person who's weighed down with responsibilities and things to do. But you're going to deal with that, because I have here the Page of Rods, which shows that something new is going to come in terms of work and career. And this is a card here that's one of the happiest cards in the deck. So don't sweat it. That's the Ten of Cups. That tells me things are going to work out fine for you. Okay?
Okay.
Did you want to see any more detail in that, or is that all you need to know? I mean, so far, all I've done is tell you what you already know, right? So that's not... Let's see if we can dig deeper. How's that?
Okay. Well, there's a lot. I can just, the condominium complex I live in, it's been really a difficult place to live, but I love my condo. I'm about ready to have surgery, 2 different types of surgery. I just fired a personal injury lawsuit lawyer. There's just a lot of different things where I can't believe all that's going on.
Well, let me ask you this, because this is not a very... I mean, it's an informative card, but it's not a happy card. It's the Seven of Swords. And that's somebody sneaking around causing trouble in your life. Do you feel somebody's doing that?
A little bit, yes.
Here, I just cut the deck and I pulled out the Ace of Cups, which is a very strong card about emotion and happiness and feelings. You're going to come out of this with your emotional life not only intact but enhanced. It's always darkest before the dawn, all that stuff. Now, my wife and I, a few years ago, we went through a personal injury lawsuit, so I can identify with that. And it was interesting for her because she's a lawyer and she didn't do anything about it. She hired some expert to do it, and she sat back. And that's it's very hard sometimes to sit back, especially when you're in that field. But if you have a good personal injury lawyer, they know how to handle this. So you might want to try to help ease the stress, because there's no doubting that you're under a great deal of stress if there's a lawsuit going on, correct?
Correct.
So I see emotionally good things happening for you. It's like the Nine of Coins here. That's about somebody who is very, very confident in themselves and doesn't need validation from other people. So you're a strong and independent person, but we all have a breaking point. And from what you tell me, and my having gotten that 10 of rods, which shows almost unbearable burdens, you're in a rough period of your life, but you're going to come out of it much better. That's the hopeful thing I can tell you. Okay, there you go. There's the card. That's the one. That's strength, and you've got the strength. A lot of us have it and don't use it, and a lot of us use it when we don't need it. But I think you're going to use it very judiciously. So
yes,
hang in there, because this is going to help mold you into a stronger person. And let's see if I can get anything here. Yeah, you see now. Here's the Page of Coins. I wanted to say, and it's taking a chance. Let's see if we get any information on how your legal thing is going to work out. This is a card about the appearance of money. The pages are the physical manifestation of the item in the suit, and this is the suit of money. So I see money heading your way. Okay, and this is the World. That is a card of assured success. Between those two cards, I think you're going to come out of this really okay, but it's going to take some strength to get through it. So keep that in mind, okay? Keep that end result in mind. You can always go to ask1radio.com after tomorrow and get a listen at this reading again, or you can find it at Moonstruck TV if you want to see it. But you're in a very, very tough position, and there's somebody who's causing problems for you, but that's all going to be taken care of, and you're going to come out much stronger.
Okay.
So these are very good cards I'm getting. I keep hiccuping here. This is not very professional, is it? But that's like troubles. You can't avoid hiccups in life. Nobody can tell me, by the way, what evolutionary advantage hiccups give us. What was the point of it? Why did we develop that? Anyway, Abby, you're going to be all right. Let me cut the deck one more time. See, there's another card about getting money. Now, I don't want to be too materialistic about it, but that's always good to hear, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
So keep these cards in mind, and don't hesitate to go back to see or listen to the March 11th reading at ask1radio.com, so that you can, if you have any doubts, and you will have some doubts down the road, they can be refreshed, okay? Or replaced is actually a better word. So I'm going to light a candle to send a white candle to send positive energy your way tonight. How's that?
That sounds good.
My pleasure. And let me know. You can always contact me at my email, asktaro@earthlink.net, or through my website, or through the Ask One Radio website. You can always contact me and let me know how things are going, and I can take a look at a few cards for you on the house. I'm not going to charge you. We'll just consider that an extension of this free reading. How's that?
That sounds good.
So remember, I'll be here. Thank you so much, and all the best to you. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye.
Now, you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, where, believe it or not, we have crossed the halfway mark. Boy, time flies. The time sure flies. I love our time getting together because I was so nervous when I started doing this. And I'm a little bit nervous now because I haven't done it in a few months. And you didn't want to talk to me for the last few months. Please trust me on that one. But when I started doing this, even before the show, I was concerned about bad readings. And I rarely get bad readings. And my theory on that is that people who are aware of a situation that they're in will work it out. They will figure out a way to take care of it. And since you call and you ask for advice about something, you are aware of the situation. So that helps build some positive energy. It's very, very positive. Rose in Austin, Texas is next. Hello, Rose. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Reverend.
Hi, Rose. How is Austin tonight?
Windy.
Well, at least you don't have people.
Very windy.
At least you don't have people showing up throwing bombs at crowds. So that's New York.
Last week.
Yeah. I mean, I pretty much have seen everything in New York. I never actually saw that until I saw the video of that. But wow, that is that's a new one for me. Although we've had numerous riots in the city through the ages. I mean, vicious riots. There were, the Orange riots where religious groups tried to kill each other, and then the draft riots. And it's, that's calmed down a bit now in the last 100 years or so. Mercifully, we found other things to get upset about. Anyway, that's New York, So what can I look at for you tonight?
You decide. Just whatever you feel, whatever you read or see, or I'm open, flexible. I'm flexible.
This is the Ace of Swords.
This is our second time. Our second time talking, by the way.
Oh, when did we talk before? How long ago was that?
Or maybe the third. I don't remember. A few months ago. And then,
okay. See, the funny thing
half
is,
a year.
I don't retain these readings. I'm right in the moment, and when it's gone, it's gone. So that's
right.
That's either chronic forgetfulness or age creeping up on me. But I don't remember readings, and I don't keep a journal of writing people's stuff down. I like the spontaneity of it. What I got for you though is the Ace of Swords. Now that's a good one. There are several ways that can go. Swords can represent conflict. It depends upon the cards around it, and I'll be pulling some more cards so that we can see. But the Ace of Swords can represent the beginning of a new way of thinking and a new way of seeing the world, that you may be growing mentally and changing. Do you feel that happening?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, it's a good
Definitely.
thing. Because the next card is the World, which is the card I just had before for somebody, which is assured success. So that's coming along well. The Ace of Coins is here. That just says that there's financially things are going to be okay for you. And here's another card indicating change, which is the Wheel of Fortune. So the question is, how is the change going to manifest itself. And I don't see anything negative happening here. I've got the King of Rods here. That means good things can happen to you in terms of career or financial interests. You know, things are going to be moving for you there. So you're entering a period of change, but it's change that you are creating because you are changing the way you think and see the world. Correct?
Exactly. Yep.
So
Couldn't be more clear.
well, and the good news is there's nothing there saying cut that out. You know, stop that. You know, the cards are very supportive, and you know it's nice that you know the changes. I don't like change. A lot of people don't like change. And when I started reading the cards, I learned very early on that before you tell somebody that a card says there's going to be change, they're going to want to know if it's a good change or a bad change. And it's good. See, here I've got another one. I got the Ace of Cups. That's the beginning. Now that's good. The Ace of Cups and the Ace of Swords tells me that you're growing in a new direction emotionally and intellectually. So that, you know, you got your bases covered there. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You're going to see a lot of positive results from that.
That's good. I took a leap of faith and
oh no, you said leap. Wait a minute. You said leap of faith. That's this card.
I took a
the
really?
Fool.
I took a real, yeah.
This deck is more modernistic, so it's using a close-up. But in the classical decks, the Fool is walking right off a cliff in a leap of faith.
Absolutely.
Now, if you want to see that in a movie, there's a scene inspired by that in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. No, that was the gruesome one, The Last Crusade. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. He walks off a cliff, and you'll see what happens. The Fool is not an idiot. The Fool is the person who is the beloved of God in the history of tarot cards. And see, this happens to me every time I read. Somebody will say something that exactly relates to the card that I've got. You say leap of faith. That is the card of the Fool to a T. Do a Google search of the tarot card, the Fool, and you'll see that person is stepping right off a cliff and will not be harmed. So,
exactly. That this is an affirmation that I had no fear. I knew what I was doing. Then it's like, it's the right time.
Yes, it is. And you're growing emotionally and you're growing intellectually. And I'm growing hiccuply. I don't get this, you know. So, you know, you're going to do just fine, okay?
Thank you.
My pleasure. I hope to speak to you again. And if I don't remember you again, it's just because, you know, I let these shoot right through me. Because this is not me reading. This is your reading. These are your cards. I'm just communicating what your cards say. So I almost feel like I'm barely involved in this process, which is nice. I've always enjoyed being left out by myself. You know? How do you do that? I mean, I've had a lot of people leave me out of things in life, but the number one I was most thankful for was Richard Nixon leaving me out of the draft. He didn't call anybody up that year, and I was my draft number was 002, which meant bye-bye, right? So it's the one lottery I win, right? But he didn't call anyone up that year, so there you go. So yeah, here again, the King of Cups here. You're really growing emotionally. The King of Cups. The growth in terms of emotion is going to be really important to you, as is the intellectual growth. So you stay in touch, okay?
Thank you. Yeah, I will for sure.
Great. And I'm here every Wednesday, and my email is asktarot@earthlink.net for anybody who doesn't get through tonight. drop me a line. I do remember. I how can you remember? I don't. I rarely say this. I offer a free mini reading, a 3-card mini reading, absolutely free. To Ask One Radio listeners. And if you're not an Ask One Radio listener and somehow you found out about it, I'll do it anyway. I'm not stingy. So thanks for calling, Rose.
I was curious about the Earthlink address that still exists. That's still.
Yeah. That was the first thing I set up when I got an internet connection so many years ago. But yeah, Earthlink has a couple of million subscribers still. So there you go, right?
All right.
It shows how long I've been doing this too. You know, my steam-powered computer is still functioning, isn't it? And my first computer actually couldn't get on the internet because it wasn't an internet yet, and it only had a 16K memory. But that was fun. So stay in touch, and let me just tell you here. You know, again, this is the Wheel of Fortune. That's to hammer that home. There are great changes coming in your life, and you're entitled to them because you've been working for it. So the best of luck to you, Rose.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Thank you.
My pleasure. And let's see. Let's shuffle them up one more time. And please remember that. Take advantage of that. I have loads of time on my hands. So if you want a free mini reading, fine. You know, that's what I do it for. Don't be shy. Go to my website and look at charts, because what I can do for you also is I can do a free horoscope birth chart for you. No charge. I don't save any information. You know how I feel about spam, and I'm assuming how you feel about it, so I don't promulgate that. I don't get involved in that at all. Spam, even in a can, I abhor. But no, I'm not going to do that. So those are two of the things that I offer free of charge. Is a birth chart. There's a slightly more complicated 25-page birth chart that isn't free, but this is a good one too. This is a free one, and the free mini reading. Please exploit me, use me, drag me through the mud. See, this is I've been through all that life can offer. Kim in Eugene, Oregon is next. Hi, Kim. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm great.
Well, you know something, you have this, even through the electronics here, you radiate a lot of energy. There's a lot of positivity here, so this should be a great reading. What can I look at for you? Yeah. Oh, well, there's no bad news.
That's true. That's true. No, I just kind of like looking for some general about what's ahead. Just ended a 26-year marriage. Kids have moved out. I'm on my own for the first time, turning 65 in 2 days. And I'm a Pisces, and so all of my planets have moved out of Pisces, and good things are supposed to be coming. And I'm just feeling a little stuck. So I was just hoping maybe some validation or some insight.
I can relate to that. I mean, I'm now living alone for the first time in 41 years. So,
Oh, dude, sorry.
I'm starting to talk to the furniture, but
my dog is having a wonderful conversation with me daily.
But I'm very old-fashioned. But let me show you how old-fashioned I am here. I'm going to reach over at my desk here. Okay, this is my telephone. Okay, now you may not be able to see it, but the people who are looking at the video stream will see that is a classical brass candlestick phone with a dial on it that does not work anymore. The dial has been fired by the phone company. So I have a 1970s gadget that does dial tones. So that works. So yeah, I need So I'm not very up on going through modern problems. When one of the problems you have in life is how to dial your phone, so you're definitely holding out. So I'm with you on that. So let's see what we've got here. You're absolutely in a period of change. Now this is a good card. This is the Page of Swords. Now, I had the swords before for somebody. That was the ace. This is the pages represent the appearance of the meaning of the card. And this refers to developing a new way of thinking and a new way of seeing the world. Now, again, this is twice in one show I'm getting this card, which is the Fool. That is... That's as close as you're going to get to like chicken soup. You know, that means everything is okay. The character of the Fool, the person who gets that card, is considered the beloved of God. If there were any negative cards in this reading, that card would erase them. The funny thing is, the prior call, the person referred to having taken a leap of faith, and that is exactly what that card is about. Because in many decks it shows the Fool walking off a cliff, and nothing happens bad. Nothing can happen because the Fool is highly protected. The leap of faith, you know, you've brought change to your own life, correct? So
yes.
Yeah. Now that's rough. That's hard for people to do. I'm not going to inquire into the details of your relationship, but I knew a very wise man once who never understood why so many people stay in relationships that are bad. And it finally dawned on him, as he phrased it, people would rather be miserable than be lonely. So, you know, your leap of faith is shown in many things that you mentioned at the start of the call. And living alone after so many years of not living alone is in many ways a mixed blessing. But you're going to handle it. I mean, frankly, I don't even need to look at any more cards for you. Between the Page of Swords and the Fool, it's telling me that you're on the right path and you're going to be fine. I can pull some more if you want, but it's superfluous. You know, I have one other card at the top of the deck, which is the Four of Swords, which it refers to taking time out from life. So if you're thinking of doing that, this is a validation of that idea, because
I have been doing that.
Yeah, that pretty much would go without saying, considering the nature of the changes you're describing. You're in a period of balance. That's the Temperance card. That is. I cut the deck for that. I didn't want to go with what was at the top. The Temperance card means balance is being restored in your life. If you felt that there were things way out of balance in your existence, the cards are confirming that, but also pointing out that you're doing something very valuable there to restore the balance in your life. And that is a good sign, a very good sign. The one last card I'll give you is the Two of Cups. That tells me that new relationships are going to be entering your life, because you're changing and growing. And, you know, I can't even count how many times in my life people who knew me and then didn't see me for years would be upset and say, well, you've changed. And I said, geez, I hope so. You know, so, what can you do? I mean, I certainly don't want to be the same person I was when I was, 12, but, but it's nice to retain a childlike quality. But you're doing good. You're on the right track, and it's going to end up very good for you. The Eight of Rods shows me that there's positive stuff coming in your life now. It's actually on the way and will soon be tangible. So get ready for that, because it's. I think you and I are both signed up for a new phase in life, and I, for one, am interested in seeing what it's going to do to me this time. You know,
right?
It's sort of like reincarnation. You know, it's and by the way, I just have to say this because I had it in my on my website. I have a page about reincarnation because there was a wonderfully funny comedian by the name of Ronnie Shakes. Ronnie Shakopoulos called himself Ronnie Shakes. He was one of the funniest human beings I ever saw, and unfortunately, he passed away while jogging at the age of 40, which was a great loss for the entertainment business and for the good vibes in the world. But he did classic setup punchline jokes, and which are very hard to do. And the one about and whenever there's big changes in life, I always feel like there's reincarnation happening on a small scale. And his joke was, I just blew $5,000 on a reincarnation seminar. I figured, what the heck, you only live once. Yeah. So, there's let's see, what do we get here? Oh. There, that's the one.
There you go.
but it's change. I abhor change. I despise change. I want things to stay the same, and yet change always works out for the best, I found, even if it's just bad. I mean, I had a marriage once before that barely lasted a year and a couple of months, and people always laugh when I tell them why it ended, and then they apologize for laughing, but it is kind of funny. You got to admit it. It wasn't very amusing at the time, but my wife fell in love with the wedding photographer.
Oh my.
I took care of that in a very firm way, and then I found out that it hurt. That was the biggest surprise of my life. So to me, change is painful, and I don't know about you, but I'm not a big fan of being in pain.
No.
No, not at all. So, and I know there are some people who are, but not me. But growth hurts. Growing pains, we refer to. I used to think they were literal when I was a child. I was terrified I was going to hurt. But you're doing. If you have any doubts about the direction you've chosen for your life, these cards show me that you're on very solid ground. So, in fact, I will dare to take one other one here. The Queen of Rods. That's a woman who's in control of what's happening with her life. And more power to you. Okay?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that so much.
So you and we ought to share notes in a few months and see how we're both doing. If I'm still talking to the furniture, you'll know, because if I'm talking about my drawers, I don't mean any underwear, So. Thanks for calling in. I've got to run. We're up against the deadline here. So thank you for
have a good evening.
a very
Thank
nice
you.
call. Bye-bye.
Okay.
And that's it. We have come to the end. We have crossed the Rubicon. We have hit the wall, and it's time for me to hit the road, Jack. But I will be coming back, contrary to the assertion from Ray Charles. There's no getting rid of me. I missed so many shows recently, and I'm back. And this. I've got to tell you, the positive energy I get from the callers, from the management at Ask One Radio. If you're inclined to doing this kind of stuff, you look into getting with Ask One Radio, because they are the most supportive, positive, wonderful people I have ever worked with in any form of the entertainment business. Which is known for being filled with slimy people. I did a lot of work in Broadway, and I met one producer who was a genuinely nice person. Okay. Now, I'm not going to mention who that was, so I can let everybody else think I mean them. But anyway, you people have done so much to enhance my life, and that's why I offer the free horoscope and the free mini readings to give back. So I'm going to go now, and I'll be back again next week. And remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope all the mums around the world had an absolutely fantastic Mother's Day. I know I did here in Australia. The weather here today is wet and cold, miserable and wintry, and I'm not a real winter person. I'm a summer fan. But anyway, we have to have the 4 seasons so that it keeps us alive and it keeps us on our toes, does it not? So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Devil card. Now, the Devil card is a very interesting card because it's one of those ambiguous cards that my students used to always say to me, oh, I don't think I like this card, the Devil, whether that related back to their childhood and them going to Sunday school and having religious instruction in school, or whether it was just something that their mum and dad might have said to them about, you know, you've got the devil in you, who knows. But the Devil card is the card of jealousy and trouble, or able to break the chains that are holding you back. So that's the interesting part of this card. When you look closely at it, the chains are very loosely around their neck. So they have the ability to break the chains or to break the monotony or the issues in your life that might be holding you back, even though at certain times this card does mean jealousy or trouble. And a lot of times, though, it's us restricting ourselves or holding ourselves back from the opportunities in life because we've got a lack of confidence or someone's told us that's not the right thing to do, but you keep coming back to it. Your instincts, your psychic ability keeps saying, you know, but that's the right way to go. So maybe, just maybe, you've got to take that leap of faith and remove those chains from around your neck that are holding you back. And then maybe you can sort of strike out there and, you know, turn the card into something absolutely fabulous for you. I don't see any card as being completely negative or completely being something that we can't turn into a positive. I think that's all about how we look at life, you know, whether the glass is half full or half empty. And I'm a half full kind of gal. I like to think that things are always can have a positive outcome if we look at it from maybe another set of eyes or look at it from another direction or maybe take a different attack on the situation, that we can get a more positive outcome. And that's what I see the Devil card as being. You know, even though there is jealousy or trouble, you have that ability to break the chains that are holding you back and move forward and turn this into a very positive card for you, so that you can sort of see there that there is opportunities there for positivity moving forward and being able to create the life that you're so destined to have. So, you know, but we have to get up off the couch and make it happen. It doesn't just happen because the cards tell us that or somebody said to us that we have, you know, the opportunity for this. We have to make it happen ourselves. And I think that's the biggest lesson here is a lot of times people sit there and wait for something to sort of happen. They don't look at they've got to be contributing to life to make these things change. So we're in the Taurus time of the year, so happy birthday to all the Taurians, and there's lots of Taurians around the world that are celebrating a birthday today. It's your time to shine. It's your time to get out there and strut your stuff and show the world what you're made of. And, you know, I have some very dear Taurus friends and family and things like that. And yes, sometimes they can be a little bit frustrating because they can be a little bit pig-headed and stubborn. But most of the time they're a delight to be around because they are so grounded. And they give us a different perspective of how to look at the world, you know, through a different set of eyes. Well, what does this really mean to the principles in your life? Have you really thought about how you can save some money? Or have you thought about an investment portfolio or even investing in a new couch? Look at the pros and cons, not just the price. Look at how long the couch is going to last you. And by spending a little bit more money, is that a more worthwhile investment? or is it just that you don't have the money at the moment and this is all you can afford and this is the way you have to go? So they tend to give some pretty solid advice, and that's why we need people like this in our lives, for people to sort of sit us down and sort of say, let's look at all the pros and cons. Let's look at this from every conceivable angle before you make a decision. Unlike our Aries friends and most of our fire signs, we tend to sort of, bang, it's in our head, let's do it, worry about the consequences later. And I have a bad habit of that, I must admit, because I'm a fellow fire sign. But I have learnt over the years to lean into the more Taurian energy and look at things and slow things down, particularly if it's a financial investment. Make sure that you get the best advice you possibly can. Now, we have Pluto, the planet of transformation, is in Aquarius. And as I said on previous shows, don't want to talk too much about Pluto, but I think it's important at the moment because as Pluto's going to be in Aquarius for 20 odd years, so we're going to be talking about Pluto for a long time. But at the moment, Pluto is sitting stationary, ready to go direct again. Now, why is this so important? Well, Pluto's the planet of transformation. He's the one that sort of, governs the underworld and things that are not quite so pleasant, but also is the planet of transformation. He asks you to stop, look and listen, look at the situation at hand. Is there another way of doing this? Is there a better result, a better outcome? There's something here that needs to be transformed. Now, the fact that it's in Aquarius is very, very interesting because the Aquarian energy is, I like to do things differently. I need to step out of the box. I need to be seen to be, groundbreaking, pioneering, doing something different, listening in a different way, putting my listening ears on, but then coming up with some incredibly different solutions because I dare to think outside the norm. Now, this is why it's so important. There's so many things going on politically around the world with wars and different changes of governments and things like that, and climate change and all. We could go on and on and on for the rest of the day with the things that are up for grabs at the moment or the things that need to change. And the people in the places of power and, that get the job done have to start looking for different solutions. They have to think outside the box. They have to look at things and say, okay, we've been doing it this way for 50 years. It's not working. Now let's try and find some new solutions. Now, this is why I think, Pluto at the moment going stationary and ready to go direct is so important, because we need to start watching a little bit more of world events, and hopefully, just hopefully, somebody's got some common sense sprinkled in all this, that we might get a resolution to the war in Ukraine and the one in the Middle East, which is affecting the whole world. It's not just affecting those two regions in the world. It's washing over the rest of the economies around the world, and it's creating chaos. It's creating, inflation and things like that that shouldn't necessarily be there if these situations weren't going on. So let's hope some common sense prevails. We also have Uranus, the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, has just moved into Gemini. He'll be there for 7 years. Now, why is this so important at the moment? It's so important because he's just changed out of Taurus, where he'd been for a very long time, into Gemini. Now, when a planet moves into a new energy like this is when the intensity is really there. It's like he's got to come in and make a bold statement and say, I've arrived, I'm here. So why is this so important? Because particularly for the air signs, which is Gemini, Libra and Aquarius, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius, he's coming in, he's shaking things up. You might think, oh, nothing's happening, I'm bored, I'm sick of this, or, I've been waiting so long for something, and then bang, in comes Uranus and he tips everything upside down, or he creates a great opportunity, or he takes something away from you, depending on what he feels is right for you. So anybody that's under those 4 signs that I mentioned, be a little bit alert, be a little bit on your toes, because things are going to come out of nowhere. There could be job offers, there could be opportunities to change residence, buy a new car, do lots of different things, but mainly I think it's more to do with what's going on in your local environment, because Gemini rules communication and local environment stuff, more local stuff than it does long distance. So be aware of that as well, that some of the things that could be happening or coming out of nowhere could be coming more to a home base or be connected with your local community. Maybe he's asking you to rethink the things that are important to you. I know that there's lots of people under those signs at the moment that are feeling quite restless or unsettled in in their employment and looking to make changes for various reasons, and not just to do with global economies, but for many reasons. And they're feeling a little bit antsy, like I've applied for so many jobs, nothing's happened. What am I doing wrong? Not a matter of doing anything wrong. It's a matter of Uranus hasn't said, bang, this is the right one for you. So don't be down in the mouth. Don't be disheartened. For the other remaining signs, it's not quite so as intense. It's there, but it's sort of like percolating along in the background. Yeah, you can feel the winds of change, and sometimes you think, oh, that'd be nice, and then you sort of settle back into life and say, no, I'm quite happy with the status quo. Yeah, well, be careful, no matter what your star sign is, what you verbalize at the moment in words out aloud, Uranus is listening. So be very careful not to say anything that you don't want to happen. So if you don't want something to happen, then don't speak it out aloud. It's okay to think about it in your mind, but don't share it with anybody in any form of communication, whether it's email, SMS, phone call, speaking it out aloud, even to yourself. Uranus is listening. So just be aware of that. We have Jupiter, the planet of opportunity and expansion and luck, is sitting in Cancer at the moment. Now, Jupiter's been here for a while. He's nearing sort of the end of his time in Cancer, but it's an important time for the water signs, which is Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces, and the opposite sign of Capricorn, because he's asking you to sort of go back and have a look. What were you trying to bring into your life? Was there anything that you were trying to change? Was there anything there that you felt you could expand on that could improve your way of life? When we say luck, we're not always talking about, okay, you're going to win the lottery or you're going to win some sort of game of chance. It's the luck of your life. It's what are you creating? What are you sending out there? What messages do you want the universe to know about? What openings can you create for yourself? There's no point in sitting on the couch and saying, oh, I wish I had a job, I wish I had a job, unless you get up and do something about it. Search a job board, buy a newspaper, put a notice up in the local community centre, do something proactive, and that's how you enhance the luck and the opportunity of Jupiter. Jupiter doesn't knock on the door and say, hey, can I give you a hand? Jupiter says you've got to be proactive, show me what you're working on, and maybe, just maybe, I can make it happen, because the luck is on your side, the energy's with you at the moment. So it's really, really important to sort of be able to look at that and sort of say to yourself, what is actually sort of happening here? Because, you've got to be proactive to create luck, to bring luck into your life. And a lot of people don't see it that way. They think, oh, well, I'm sitting here on the couch. I've been told I'm in a lucky period. I'll just wait for it to happen. No, you've got to instigate it in some way. Nothing happens unless we get up and do something about it ourselves. We've still got Neptune conjunct Saturn sitting in Aries. Now, this is going to be a conjunction that'll probably happen for a little while. But, at the moment, the planets are not so much stationary, but they're not moving into other signs where there's a lot of new stuff that I can talk about, because everything is sort of pretty static at the moment, other than the moon moving fairly fast. And it only stays in a sign for 2.5 days. So I don't tend to look at the moon in a weekly report, because it's almost over by the time we've talked about it. Or, there's very little there that has got longer term substance. I try and work with the outer planets, the things that I can see that will make a difference to everybody, to understand how this is affecting them, and this is why it's washing over you, and this is why you felt this way or that way. So Neptune conjunct Saturn. Now, Neptune's the planet of illusion, delusion, creativity. It's sort of said like walking down a dark tunnel in a fog, and then all of a sudden we see that ray of light at the end of the situation, which is good. We need to have that every now and then. But at the same time, Neptune can sort of make us second guess ourselves, sort of, did I really think that? Is that really my intuition? Or is it just my wishful thinking? Oh, I don't know. Yes, it felt strong an hour ago. Now it doesn't feel so strong. So we sort of wave in and out of how we sort of see what Neptune is trying to share with us. The best thing I can suggest to you with the Neptune energy is just let it flow. If this hour you're feeling incredibly positive and you've got some ideas, jot them down on paper, put them in your phone, put them in your cell phone, and then come back to it later, because that energy might only be there for a short while where it's so intense. So let's take advantage of that intense creative energy before it's gone, and then we think, oh, what was that about? I can't really remember. So it's always good to try and get these things down in a way that you can understand, and you can look at it and say, I can come back and refer to that and expand my thought bubble out about later on. Now, with it conjunct Saturn, Saturn is the planet of discipline, the planet of that's like the father figure that says you will do this and you will do that, or you can't do this or you can't do that. And sometimes we sort of look at Saturn as being such a restrictive planet. For anybody that's got a very strong Saturn in their chart, which I do, it's not so much a restriction, it's an opportunity to sort of say, to give you that tenacity to work that little bit harder to make something happen. You don't just give up at the first hurdle or the second or the third, you wait till the 152, and then you might sort of think, oh, maybe I should give this up. But it gives you that tenacity to keep going. And I think that's very important for each and every one of us. But particularly this conjunction is affecting the fire signs, which is Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. It is washing over the remaining 8 signs. So what I've previously spoken about applies to everybody. It's just it may be a little bit more watered down if you're not one of those signs. So enjoy your week astrologically until next week. We're going to talk with Suzette in Ontario, in Canada. Are you there, Suzette?
I am. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, sweetie. How can I help you today? Do you have a question I can answer for you?
Sure. I want to know about career. I'm trying to break into the Pilates business.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering if that was something that's going to happen soon.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's an interesting career choice, isn't it? You know, going into that sort of area of, you know, looking after yourself. And I think that's a good choice, Suzette, for you from what I'm sort of feeling. It's sort of, to me, it feels like a natural calling. It's not something that sort of you just got out of bed today and said, oh, that'd be great. You've been feeling this for some time. It's sort of like slowly been calling your name, getting you closer and closer and closer to it. It's interesting because I'm seeing here there will be an opportunity for you to break into that, but I'm not sure that it's this week. It's going to be a slow process. I think you need to get out there and about and look at the places that you might like to work from. And then sort of, you know, frequent those or put in an application there and say, hi, I'm Suzette. This is what I can bring to your organisation. I'm qualified in this way and this way. Just love to hear from you if there's an opening. You know, put it in a very friendly sort of way. They were showing me that the real work is going to start in August. Now, look, I know it's only May and that seems like a long way away, but they were showing me a couple of little temporary positions up until then, like, you know, somebody's going on holidays or somebody's on maternity leave or something like that, and they're asking you, can you step in? That would be a great way to get your foot in the door, that you know, you're in there, you can show them what you're made of, you know, you can take the class, all those sort of things, and people can then see how you really work. It's always better to see somebody live in action than it is what somebody's written on a piece of paper or written on their CV or their resume, because anybody can write anything fantastic, but it's who you are and what you are in the flesh that I think really makes the difference. And I just feel that there'll be 2 opportunities, and it's like I'm going to say I think you can swing both of them, Suzette. How would that fit with you if you had 2 opportunities?
Oh, God, that would be fantastic. I would love it. Because I was also
that's what I'm
thinking of doing. And
can you repeat that for me, sweetie? Can you repeat your last statement?
I was thinking of doing. I was hoping to do also in my house as well.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Look, I feel that, you know, you can mix it up. That's what I'm saying. But I'd like to see you attached to something, you know, where people are already coming. You know what I mean? And then you've got the opportunity to sort of, you know, casually bring in, oh, yeah, by the way, I do private lessons or private classes. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see you get out amongst the people again. I think you've been shut off for too long. And that's why I think it's important to sort of, you know, get a little cover letter together that you can just sort of send out. You see a place that you like the look of, you slot in their name and address and you send it off in the email. You know what I mean? Like, have something that's a little bit punchy, a little bit playful, and that says, you know, this is what I do and this is why I love to do it. And, you know, and it's about helping people achieve their goals, isn't it? You know, not just in one area, but right across the board. There's lots of reasons why people take up things like this, and it's not always to lose weight. It's for many reasons. So, and you might be able to put forward that you might have a different idea on maybe doing a class for people that have mobility issues, for argument's sake, or, haven't exercised for a long time. There's lots of ideas I think you can put together, Suzette.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was thinking of doing Reiki with it.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. There's, put as much as you can in your little covering blurb about what you can bring to the table, because there's lots of people looking for lots of things. Anyway, Suzette, that's where we've got to leave it, sweetie. We're going to talk with Hannah in Mississippi in the USA. Are you there, Hannah? Hello, Hannah. Well, it looks like Hannah's missing in action for the moment. I'll just keep talking and let's hope Hannah joins us in a moment. It's an interesting time of the year where a lot of people are looking to make changes in their lives because they feel the sort of the call, the change, the pull from inside the tummy that says, hang on a minute, it's time to get up off the couch and do something different.
Yes.
Hello, Hannah. How are you? How can I help you, sweetie? Looks like we've lost Hannah again. That's unfortunate. Without knowing what Hannah's question is, I can't really give her an answer on her question. All we can do is wish her well. The only thing that's coming up around you, Hannah, and I know you're missing in action, is they're showing me the symbology for endings, change and transformation. So I'm going to say that there's some massive changes coming up in your life in the next few months, Hannah, that you really need to be aware of and really tune into what it is that you really want to change in your life. Don't just go with the first thought that comes into your head. Are you still here? Are you here, Hannah?
Yes, yes.
Good, sweetie. Have you got a question for me, darling?
No, I was just seeing maybe if like my father passed not long ago, and
I'm sorry to hear that,
tragedy.
sweetie. That's
And I
no
was
good.
seeing
Well,
maybe. And I just
So
been
you're
dealing with
wondering,
everything by myself.
yeah, so you're wondering how he is since he's passed. Have you not had any sort of confirmation from him, any sort of message, sweetie?
No.
Darling, look, sometimes it's hard for them on the other side to sort of come through and give us a message, because what you've got to understand, you've lost one person, you've lost your dad, somebody that was really important and special in your life, but he's lost everybody. So he's got to come to terms with that. And if it was a sudden passing, as you mentioned it was, that makes it even more difficult because he wasn't ready to say goodbye to anybody. So, just don't get upset. I appreciate we all have to grieve and we've all got a certain amount of tears that have got to flow for every death, and that's normal. But what I'm saying is don't get upset with yourself that you haven't been able to tune into Dad, or Dad hasn't come forward with a message yet. What's wrong with me? There's nothing, absolutely nothing wrong with you, Hannah. What will happen is that I do believe he will in time come to you in a dream. He'll be smiling. He mightn't say much, but he looks younger. He looks fit. He looks healthy. He looks very lovely. And that'll be his sign to you to let you know that he's okay. His major concern is you, that he feels that you're not handling this. He's very concerned about you not being able to sort of pull yourself out of this terrible sadness. And that's okay, sweetie. You're allowed to be sad. But, him being your dad, he wants you to see you happy and smiling and getting on with life. So, there is going to be some more change, not necessarily horrible change like you experienced there. Let me assure you, your dad didn't feel anything or didn't suffer. He says to me, he was here 1 minute and gone the next. He didn't even realise what was happening, what was taking place. So that may be of some comfort to you, because I know you were concerned that maybe it was a terrible passing for him. Well, he's sharing with me it wasn't. So does that help you a little bit, sweetie? What, sweetheart?
It was. He committed suicide.
Yeah, but he's telling me, what he said to me was he was here 1 minute and gone the next. So to me, even though it was at his own hands, he didn't have time to stop and second guess himself. It was already in motion and then he was gone. That's what, that's why I'm saying to me that, he says to me he was here 1 minute and gone the next. He's more upset that you're upset. That's the concern.
Yeah, he did it in front of me.
Oh my God. Why did he do that?
I don't know.
Oh, no wonder you're struggling with this, him doing this, performing this task.
I'm so sad, like, I'm just so depressed, because of all this. I don't know what to do to get myself up out of it.
Yeah, but darling, you've got to understand there's nothing you could have done to change this situation. People don't just get out of bed today and decide they're going to take their own life. There's usually a build up to it. There's usually things that we look back and say, oh, gee, why didn't I notice that? It's because you weren't meant to. I think there's certain things that are destined in our lives that are out of our control. And it's only in hindsight that we look at it and we look back at it and say, oh, I should have seen that sign or I should have done more. No, you did exactly what you were supposed to do. I think it's a terrible thing that he did it in front of you. I can't begin to imagine how you feel. And of course you would be sort of blaming yourself. Couldn't you have stopped it? No, you couldn't have. That's the answer. You couldn't have. He keeps saying to me he's going to come to you in a dream and he's going to show you how happy he is now. I know that's probably no comfort at this time because all you can see is the last memory you've got of him of what he did. And that's probably going to haunt you for the rest of your life. But please, sweetie, understand you did nothing wrong. You couldn't have stopped it, no matter what you did. If you might have prevented it that day, but it wouldn't have stopped the end result. He was determined to do this. I just think it's a terrible tragedy he did it in front of you. It's a tragedy that he passed over, but to have you witness this is even worse because he keeps telling me he didn't realise it happened. So, that's no excuse. He was in control of the last few moments of his life. Whether he was in his right mind, well, obviously he wasn't. But to him, it was like he was in a daze and it was like he was watching someone else perform it. That's how he's presenting it to me. So, look, darling, I don't know what else to say to you. I mean, this is a terrible thing that you've had to go through. A really terrible thing, and it's not something that I think anybody should experience. So, sweetie, all as I can suggest to you is what I've told you in the reading, and one day you will get up and the sun will shine again, and you need to start looking after yourself now. That's the most important thing is, go and get some professional help, go to a counsellor, talk this through, and they may be able to give you some tools to help you cope with this terrible tragedy that's out of my hands that I can't do for you. But, I really, really, really do feel for you and I will hold you in my prayers and I hope that you find some peace out of this mess. I really do. So that's where we're going to leave it. We've come to the end of the show. It's always terrible when people have, tragedy in their lives, but this is one that I've never heard before. I must say, in all 40 odd years I've been doing this sort of work, I've never heard of somebody taking their own life in front of their child. That's a new one on me. And I feel really sorry for her that she's had to go through this because this is not something that anybody needs to go through. So anyway, as we always do, we wrap up the end of the show and we always have a song of the week. And this one's really more than appropriate now. It's a morning here in Australia, and as I was getting ready for the show, I heard that it was one of my favourite singers' birthdays, and no, it's not John Farnham and it's not David Cassidy. You're going to be a little bit surprised here. Probably one of the very first people that I really fell in love with their voice when I was a very young girl was Stevie Wonder, and I won a record from the radio station called For Once in My Life, and I drove my mother nuts with it. But I'm not going to feature that song this week. I'm going to feature one of his probably more popular songs that people know and sing around the world and use it very often, and it's called I Just Called to Say I Love You. And I think that's a very appropriate song for the callers that we had today and for a lot of people around the world. But it's Stevie Wonder's 76th birthday and we just called to say we love you, Stevie Wonder. So until next week, bye for now.